Welcome back to Forbidden Lore. Tonight, I invite you to leave the safety of the shore behind. Leave behind the lights of the cities, the noise of the modern world, and every certainty you have ever trusted. Imagine yourself standing alone on the deck of a 19th century sailing ship. Around you stretches an endless ocean, dark and silent beneath a sky filled with cold stars. The wind carries only the sound of restless waves, and somewhere beyond the horizon, hidden behind walls of mist, waits a mystery that has endured for more than a century. The sea has always been a place where facts and legends drift together. Sailors have long believed that the ocean remembers everything. Every storm, every whispered prayer, every ship that vanished without a trace. Some stories become history, others become myths, and a very small number become something far more unsettling, because no one has ever been able to explain them. This is one of those stories. In December of 1872, a merchant brigantine was found drifting alone across the Atlantic Ocean. Her sails were damaged but still standing. Her cargo remained untouched. Her food and fresh water were still aboard. Personal belongings rested where they had been left. The crew's pipes, clothing, and tools remained exactly where they should have been. Even the captain's possessions had not been disturbed. Yet not a single person could be found. No bodies floated nearby. No signs of violence stained the deck. No evidence of piracy could be discovered. No struggle. No farewell. No explanation. The ship had simply been abandoned. That vessel was called the Mary Celeste. More than 150 years have passed since she was discovered wandering the Atlantic, and her name still echoes through maritime history as one of the greatest unsolved mysteries ever recorded. Historians have searched for answers. Scientists have proposed careful theories. Investigators have examined every surviving document. Writers have imagined countless possibilities. Still, the silence aboard the Mary Celeste has never truly been broken. Was the crew driven away by a sudden natural disaster that left almost no trace behind? Did fear cloud the judgment of an experienced captain? Did an invisible danger force everyone into a lifeboat from which they never returned? Or did something happen upon that lonely ocean which no official report was ever capable of describing? Perhaps the truth did not disappear beneath the waves. Perhaps it was hidden there. There is an old belief, shared by generations of sailors who crossed the Atlantic long before satellites and radio transformed the sea into something familiar. They claimed that there were places where the ocean itself seemed unwilling to let human beings pass untouched. Places where compasses grew uncertain. Places where strange lights shimmered beneath the water after midnight. Places where thick banks of fog appeared without warning, swallowing entire ships until they no longer belonged to the world they had left behind. Most people dismissed such tales as superstition born from exhaustion, loneliness, and fear. Then the Mary Celeste appeared, a perfectly seaworthy ship drifting through calm waters without a single living soul aboard. Sometimes the most terrifying mysteries are not those filled with monsters or ghosts. Sometimes they are the mysteries that leave behind almost nothing at all. An empty cabin, a half-finished meal, a child's belongings resting quietly beside a neatly made bed, a captain's log that ends days before anyone expected it to, a ship that seems to be waiting for people who will never return. Tonight, we will follow the known facts wherever they lead. We will walk the weathered decks of the Mary Celeste as they truly existed. We will meet the captain, his family, and the crew who stepped aboard, expecting nothing more extraordinary than another commercial voyage across the Atlantic. But history alone cannot explain why this story still refuses to fade. As our journey continues, we will also venture into the forgotten corners of maritime folklore, where whispered legends passed from one generation of sailors to another begin to overlap with documented events in ways that are difficult to ignore. Some of what you are about to hear comes directly from historical records. Some comes from legends carried across the sea for centuries, and some belongs to a story that has never been told quite like this before. Whether you believe every word is entirely up to you. What matters is that, by the end of this voyage, You may never look at the open ocean in quite the same way again. So dim the lights around you. Let the sounds of the world slowly disappear. Listen closely to the wind, because every great mystery begins with something almost too quiet to notice. And somewhere beyond the darkness, beyond the reach of every lighthouse, a lonely ship is already waiting. Her sails still catch the wind. Her deck is perfectly still. Her secrets have slept beneath the Atlantic for generations. This is the legend of the Mary Celeste. And this is only the beginning. Long before airplanes crossed the Atlantic in a matter of hours, before radio signals stitched continents together, and before satellites watched every corner of the world's oceans from far above, the sea remained a kingdom beyond human control. It was a place where maps ended long before certainty began. A sailor could leave one port beneath clear blue skies and, within a single week, find himself surrounded by towering waves, blinding fog, or a silence so complete that even the wind seemed afraid to breathe. To those who earned their living upon the ocean, the sea was never simply water stretching beyond the horizon. It possessed moods, it carried memories, it rewarded respect and punished arrogance with equal indifference. Every voyage demanded courage, but even the bravest captains understood that courage alone could never guarantee a safe return. Generations of sailors filled countless evenings by sharing stories beneath swinging lanterns in crowded taverns overlooking busy harbors. They spoke of impossible storms that arrived beneath cloudless skies. They described glowing lights dancing beneath black water during moonless nights. Some claimed they had heard voices calling their names across empty waves, voices that belonged to loved ones who had died years before. Others insisted they had encountered ships drifting without crews, their sails full, their lanterns burning, yet no living soul answered when hailed. Most sensible men dismissed these tales as the products of exhaustion, loneliness, or too much rum shared after long months at sea. Yet even those who laughed the loudest often lowered their voices when darkness settled beyond the harbor. Because every sailor knew someone who had disappeared. A brother, a father, a trusted captain, a friend whose ship had simply failed to return. The ocean never explained itself. It merely continued breathing. Among all the legends carried from one generation to the next, there existed a quiet belief that rarely appeared in books. Old sailors seldom discussed it with strangers, and younger men were often warned never to ask too many questions. According to the oldest captains, there were certain voyages that seemed perfectly ordinary from the very beginning. The weather remained favorable, the crew worked with discipline, the cargo stayed secure, every decision appeared wise. Then, without warning, something invisible changed. Not the wind, not the waves, something else. The voyage itself seemed to become different, as though the ship had unknowingly crossed an unseen boundary separating the familiar world from another that obeyed older laws. No compass could reveal where that invisible line existed. No chart ever marked its location. Those who believed such stories claimed that the sea occasionally chose a vessel for reasons no human mind could understand. Whether those tales held any truth is impossible to say. But in the autumn of 1872, one particular ship began a journey that would transform whispered folklore into one of history's greatest mysteries. Her name was Mary Celeste. Unlike many ghost ships that exist only in legends, the Mary Celeste was very real. She had a history that could be traced through official records, shipping documents, insurance papers, and newspaper reports. She had been measured, inspected, repaired, purchased, and sailed by honest men whose names still survive in faded archives. Yet the story remembered by history was only the final chapter. To understand why the Mary Celeste became a legend, one must first understand that she was never built to become one. Years before her famous voyage, she entered the world under another name. In the small shipbuilding community of Spencer's Island, Nova Scotia, skilled craftsmen shaped thick timbers into the sturdy frame of a merchant brigantine. Day after day, hammers echoed across the shoreline, as men carved oak and pine into something capable of surviving the Atlantic Ocean. Every plank was fitted by experienced hands. Every mast rose slowly toward the sky. Every rope and spar represented centuries of accumulated maritime knowledge. When she was finally launched, she was christened the Amazon. No one gathered along the shore that day could possibly have imagined that the vessel before them would one day become the most famous abandoned ship in history. At first, her career seemed unremarkable. She carried ordinary cargo. She visited familiar ports. She crossed well-traveled shipping routes. Yet misfortune appeared to follow her with unsettling persistence. Her first captain died unexpectedly not long after taking command. She suffered collisions. She endured damaging storms. Ownership changed hands several times. Repairs became increasingly expensive. To practical businessmen, these events were merely unfortunate coincidences. To sailors, coincidence was a word often spoken by men who had never slept beneath canvas sails, while the sea whispered outside their cabin door. Eventually, after years of service and repeated reconstruction, the vessel received extensive repairs and a new identity. She became the Mary Celeste. The new name suggested renewal, a second chance, perhaps even good fortune. Fresh paint covered weathered wood. Rigging was replaced. Cabins were restored. Her hull once again appeared ready to challenge the Atlantic. From every visible measure, she was a reliable merchant vessel, prepared for many successful voyages. Appearances, however, can be deeply misleading. Far away from the ship herself, another story was quietly unfolding. It belonged to a man named Benjamin Spooner Briggs. Among American sea captains of his generation, Briggs enjoyed a reputation that inspired confidence rather than fear. Fellow captains described him as calm, intelligent, deeply religious, and remarkably disciplined. He possessed neither the reckless ambition of fortune hunters nor the arrogance sometimes found among experienced mariners. He believed that careful judgment saved more lives than bold decisions. His crew respected him. Merchants trusted him. Insurance companies viewed him as dependable. Most importantly, his family loved him. Benjamin Briggs was not merely a captain. He was a husband. He was a father. And unlike many captains who left their loved ones safely ashore, he chose something unusual for his final voyage aboard the Mary Celeste. His wife, Sarah Elizabeth Briggs, would accompany him across the Atlantic. So would their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia Matilda. The decision surprised many acquaintances. Crossing the Atlantic during winter presented obvious dangers. Fierce storms could develop with astonishing speed. Massive waves occasionally swept entire decks clean. Weeks might pass without sight of another vessel. Still, Benjamin believed the voyage would be safe. The cargo consisted largely of industrial alcohol, packed securely inside more than 1,000 barrels. The destination was Genoa, Italy, where the shipment would be delivered according to schedule. It promised to be another routine commercial crossing. Nothing more. The captain even arranged for his young son, Arthur, to remain safely with relatives so the boy could continue his education rather than endure months at sea. It was the sort of thoughtful decision expected from a careful father. Looking back through history, countless writers have wondered whether that single choice unknowingly spared one member of the Briggs family from sharing the fate of everyone who boarded the Mary Celeste. As preparations continued in New York Harbor, dock workers carried supplies aboard with practiced efficiency. Barrels disappeared into the cargo hold. Fresh water casks were secured. Food stores filled the galley. Navigation instruments were carefully inspected. Every rope received attention. Every sail was examined. Everything reflected ordinary professionalism. Nothing suggested that this voyage would become immortal. The crew assembled one by one. Each man brought years of maritime experience, earned through storms, sleepless nights, frozen decks, blistered hands, and endless horizons. They were not reckless adventurers chasing legends. They were working sailors whose greatest hope was to complete another successful crossing, collect their wages, and eventually return home. Had anyone standing upon the docks been asked whether the Mary Celeste looked prepared for sea, the answer would almost certainly have been yes. She appeared strong. She appeared capable. She appeared entirely ordinary. History has a peculiar habit of disguising extraordinary moments beneath the appearance of ordinary days. Sometimes the beginning of a legend is impossible to recognize until it has already passed. On the morning of November 7, 1872, the harbor stirred with its familiar rhythm. Gulls circled overhead. Lines were cast free. Canvas caught the autumn wind. The Mary Celeste eased away from the crowded waterfront and slowly turned toward the open Atlantic. Family members waved farewell from the docks. Workers returned to loading other ships. Merchants checked their ledgers. Life continued exactly as it always had. No cries warned of disaster. No mysterious figure stood watching from the pier. No dark clouds gathered above the horizon. Only the endless ocean waited ahead, calm beneath a pale sky that revealed nothing of the secrets sleeping far beyond the edge of sight. And somewhere beyond that distant horizon, hidden within waters that had swallowed countless stories before this one, the sea had already begun to whisper. The Atlantic welcomed the Mary Celeste with unusual kindness. For the first several days, the voyage unfolded exactly as Captain Benjamin Briggs had hoped. A steady breeze filled the sails without straining the rigging. The waves rolled beneath the hull with the slow, predictable rhythm familiar to experienced mariners. The autumn air remained cool, but the weather offered no hint that winter waited somewhere beyond the horizon. To anyone watching from another passing vessel, the brigantine would have appeared perfectly ordinary. She rose and fell with the swells in graceful motion. Her canvas stood bright against the sky. Her wake stretched behind her like a narrow white ribbon disappearing into the endless blue. Life aboard quickly settled into its daily routine. On a merchant ship of the 19th century, routine was more than habit. It was survival. Every sailor understood his responsibilities without needing to be reminded. Watches changed every 4 hours, day and night, regardless of weather or exhaustion. While one group rested below deck, another remained on duty, trimming sails, checking lines, scanning the horizon, and keeping the vessel on course. Time itself seemed to lose its meaning. Days were measured by the movement of the sun. Nights belonged to the stars. Meals arrived at nearly the same hour. The endless cycle repeated until land finally appeared once more. Captain Briggs embraced this rhythm with quiet confidence. Each morning he carefully examined the ship's position using his sextant and chronometer. Every calculation was recorded neatly inside the official logbook. Accuracy mattered. A single mistake made hundreds of miles from shore could gradually carry a vessel far from its intended course. He trusted mathematics. He trusted discipline. He trusted the sea only as much as any sensible captain should. Sarah Briggs adapted surprisingly well to life aboard. Unlike many passengers who suffered terribly from seasickness during the opening days of a voyage, she carried herself with remarkable composure. She often spent time upon the quarterdeck with her young daughter wrapped warmly against the brisk Atlantic wind. Little Sophia, far too young to understand the dangers surrounding her, found endless fascination in the gulls that occasionally followed the ship for miles. She laughed whenever white birds circled overhead, their cries echoing across the water, before gradually fading into the distance. Those moments brought warmth to an otherwise disciplined working vessel. Even hardened sailors found themselves smiling whenever the little girl wandered safely across the deck, under her mother's careful watch. For brief moments, the Mary Celeste felt less like a merchant ship and more like a traveling home. The crew themselves reflected years of experience gathered from countless voyages. First Mate Albert Richardson carried himself with quiet professionalism. His judgment had earned Captain Briggs's confidence long before this journey began. Second Mate Andrew Gilling possessed sharp eyes and a steady temperament, qualities invaluable during long watches beneath uncertain skies. The remaining sailors came from different nations, each bringing unique experience shaped by different seas, different storms, and different ports. Some spoke English fluently. Others relied upon broken phrases mixed with gestures understood by every sailor, regardless of language. Life at sea had its own vocabulary. A pulled rope, a raised hand, a pointed finger toward the horizon. Sometimes those simple signals meant more than entire conversations. Despite their differences, the crew worked together with practiced efficiency. They inspected every sail each morning. They tightened worn lines before they became dangerous. They scrubbed salt from exposed wood whenever the weather permitted. Small tasks repeated endlessly preserved both the vessel and the lives aboard her. Neglect, even in tiny matters, could become fatal weeks later. Beneath the deck rested the true purpose of the voyage. More than 1,700 barrels of industrial alcohol filled the cargo hold. Each barrel had been secured carefully before departure, stacked with precision to prevent dangerous movement during heavy seas. Alcohol represented valuable cargo, but it also demanded respect. Fumes could accumulate inside confined spaces. A damaged barrel might create hazards invisible to the eye. Captain Briggs understood these risks well. Regular inspections became part of his daily routine. Each examination produced the same reassuring conclusion. Everything appeared secure. Everything remained exactly where it belonged. Above the cargo, life continued with almost comforting predictability. Breakfast often consisted of salted meat, biscuits hardened by weeks of storage, oatmeal, and strong coffee prepared in the small galley. Fresh food gradually disappeared as the voyage progressed, replaced by preserved supplies capable of surviving months at sea. Conversation remained simple. Weather, navigation, ports visited years earlier, families waiting back home. The sea rewarded practicality rather than unnecessary words. As daylight faded each evening, the Atlantic transformed. The brilliant blue surface darkened into polished steel, before finally becoming an immense expanse of black glass stretching beyond imagination. One by one, stars emerged overhead with astonishing clarity. Far from cities, the heavens appeared almost alive. The Milky Way stretched across the night sky, like a river of pale silver. Experienced navigators often claimed they trusted the stars more than any compass ever built. Stars never lied. Compasses sometimes did. During the first nights of the voyage, nothing disturbed the peaceful rhythm aboard the Mary Celeste. Or at least, that is what the official records would later suggest. History is built upon documents. Legends are built upon everything the documents fail to mention. Among sailors, there exists an old saying that every ship develops its own voice after enough years at sea. Wood expands. Timbers settle. Ropes tighten. The hull answers each passing wave with gentle groans and quiet creaks. Experienced crews quickly learn these familiar sounds. A captain who knows his vessel well can often recognize when something feels different, long before he understands why. No surviving document from the Mary Celeste records such a moment. But later generations of sailors who studied her story would wonder whether subtle changes had already begun during those peaceful opening days. Perhaps someone heard an unfamiliar knock somewhere below deck. Perhaps a sailor paused during the middle of his night watch because the wind carried an unusual sound across otherwise calm water. Perhaps someone glanced toward the darkness beyond the stern and briefly believed another ship followed them without showing a single lantern. If such moments occurred, they left no official record. Yet silence is not proof that nothing happened. Sometimes people remain silent because what they experience refuses to make sense. Several nights into the voyage, the Atlantic became unusually still. Not calm. Still. Old mariners understood the difference. Calm seas remained alive with gentle movement. Swells continued breathing beneath the hull, carrying the vessel almost imperceptibly upward and downward. Still water felt unnatural. The ocean seemed to pause. Even the wind softened until the sails hung with only the faintest whisper of movement. The Mary Celeste drifted through water so smooth that moonlight painted a perfect reflection beneath her keel. The crew welcomed the peaceful conditions. No waves crashed against the bow. No spray soaked the deck. No storm threatened from the horizon. Yet more than one sailor found sleep strangely difficult that night. Nothing frightened them. Nothing obvious demanded concern. It was merely a feeling impossible to explain. The sensation that someone had entered a room without making a sound. The instinct that unseen eyes lingered just beyond the edge of darkness. Such feelings come easily after weeks at sea, experienced captains often said. Isolation plays curious tricks upon the mind. Captain Briggs himself had written similar observations years earlier after particularly long voyages. Fatigue could create illusions. Loneliness could magnify ordinary sounds. Fear often arrived before any genuine danger. He reminded himself of these truths as he completed the evening's navigation, closed the logbook, and looked across the quiet Atlantic. The compass rested steady. The stars remained clear. The ship held her course. There was no reason for concern. Yet as the captain prepared to retire for the night, he paused for a brief moment beside the stern rail. The ocean behind the Mary Celeste glowed faintly, not brightly enough to alarm anyone, only a pale shimmer drifting beneath the surface before fading back into darkness. Bioluminescent plankton often produced such displays. Every sailor had witnessed them before. Captain Briggs watched for another moment. The light did not return. He quietly dismissed the sight and descended below deck. Had he remained there just a little longer, he might have noticed something else. Far beyond the fading trail of phosphorescent water, where sea and sky blended into one endless darkness, a solitary shape stood motionless upon the horizon. It showed no lantern. It carried no visible flag, and although the wind continued pushing the Mary Celeste steadily eastward, that distant silhouette appeared neither to approach nor fall behind. It simply remained there, watching, waiting, as though the Atlantic itself had begun to remember the name of a ship that had only just entered its endless domain. The following morning arrived beneath a sky so clear that it seemed almost impossible to believe darkness had ever existed. Sunlight spilled across the Atlantic, turning every wave into shattered pieces of silver. A fresh breeze returned from the northwest, filling the canvas once again. The strange stillness of the previous night faded into memory, replaced by the familiar rhythm of ropes, footsteps, and quiet commands echoing across the deck. Captain Briggs stood beside the wheel shortly after sunrise, studying the horizon through his spyglass. Nothing. No ships. No islands. No storm clouds. Only the endless meeting place of sea and sky. He lowered the glass without concern. Solitude was hardly unusual in the middle of the Atlantic. Days often passed without another vessel appearing. The ocean was vast enough to swallow entire fleets without leaving the slightest indication that another human being occupied the same world. Below deck, breakfast was already being prepared. The smell of fresh coffee drifted through the narrow companionway, mixing with the scent of tarred rope, damp timber, and salt carried in through the open hatch. Sarah Briggs laughed quietly as Sophia insisted on feeding small crumbs of biscuit to a stubborn ship's cat that had earned its passage by keeping rats away from the cargo. The cat ignored every crumb. Instead, it stared toward the open hatch. Its ears twitched once. Then again. Animals often notice things that people overlooked. Sailors believed this with almost religious certainty. Dogs sometimes barked at empty corners of a ship. Seabirds occasionally abandoned a vessel hours before a storm became visible. Cats simply watched. The little animal remained perfectly still for several seconds before finally wandering away toward the bow as though nothing unusual had happened. No one gave the incident another thought. By mid-morning, the crew resumed their ordinary duties. Albert Richardson supervised the inspection of standing rigging while Andrew Gilling checked the tension of several weathered lines near the foremast. Two sailors descended briefly into the cargo hold to confirm that the barrels remained secure after several days of rolling seas. When they returned, one of them casually mentioned hearing a dull sound somewhere below. A knock. Nothing loud, just a single hollow tap. The men exchanged amused smiles. Wooden ships produced hundreds of mysterious sounds every day, expanding beams, shifting cargo, tightening planks, changing temperatures. Every experienced sailor knew that trying to explain every creak was as pointless as trying to count every wave in the Atlantic. Still, the younger sailor frowned. It sounded deliberate. His companion laughed. So does every ghost story. The conversation ended there. No report reached Captain Briggs. No note appeared in the official logbook. By afternoon, the wind strengthened just enough to carry the Mary Celeste steadily eastward. Whitecaps danced across the waves, and the brigantine answered beautifully, cutting through the Atlantic with graceful confidence. She was proving herself an excellent vessel. Even after years of repairs and changing ownership, she handled the sea with remarkable composure. Benjamin Briggs felt quietly satisfied. Every captain understood the peculiar relationship between himself and his ship. A vessel was never merely wood and canvas. She became a trusted companion, whose strengths and weaknesses gradually revealed themselves over countless miles. The Mary Celeste seemed eager to sail. She responded willingly to every adjustment. She held her course faithfully. Nothing about her inspired doubt. Late that afternoon, Sarah brought Sophia onto the quarterdeck once again. The little girl pointed excitedly toward a pod of dolphins racing alongside the hull. Their sleek gray bodies burst through the surface before disappearing beneath the waves with playful ease. Several sailors paused to watch. "Good fortune," one man whispered. Dolphins were considered welcome companions at sea. They guided lost ships. They protected drowning sailors. At least, that was what old fishermen liked to believe. For nearly half an hour, the animals remained beside the Mary Celeste before vanishing into the deep blue water as suddenly as they had appeared. Sophia waved enthusiastically after them until they disappeared. Captain Briggs smiled. It was, by every measure, a beautiful day. Perhaps one of the finest of the voyage. And that, historians would later observe, was precisely what made everything so difficult to explain. Because whatever ultimately happened aboard the Mary Celeste did not begin in the middle of a violent hurricane. It did not begin beneath towering waves. It did not begin during desperate attempts to survive impossible weather. It began while the Atlantic seemed almost peaceful. As evening approached, clouds gathered far to the south, glowing crimson beneath the setting sun. They remained distant enough to pose no immediate threat, yet their strange color drew more than one sailor's attention. Old Tomasz Lorenzen, the oldest seaman aboard, watched the horizon longer than anyone else. His weathered face revealed little emotion. Years at sea had carved deep lines around his eyes, and those eyes had witnessed enough storms to earn the respect of every younger sailor aboard. Finally, one of the crew approached him. "Storm coming?" Lorenzen continued watching the distant clouds. "No." "Then what is it?" The old sailor hesitated. "Nothing." The answer sounded convincing enough. Yet after darkness fell, another sailor noticed Lorenzen quietly removing a small wooden cross from beneath his shirt. He kissed it once before slipping it back beneath his coat. No one mentioned it. Every sailor carried private superstitions. Some refused to whistle because they believed it invited dangerous winds. Some never spoke the names of ships lost at sea. Others avoided looking directly into perfectly calm water after sunset. The Atlantic was old, older than memory, older than every nation whose ships crossed it. People invented customs because they desperately wanted to believe something could protect them from forces they did not understand. Night settled once more over the Mary Celeste. Lanterns glowed softly within the cabins while the stars slowly reclaimed the heavens. The watch changed. Fresh sailors climbed onto the deck. Others disappeared below for a few precious hours of sleep. Captain Briggs completed his final inspection before retiring. Everything remained in excellent order. Wind speed, course, rigging, cargo, crew. He could not have known that somewhere beyond the limits of human sight, another journey had quietly begun. Not upon the sea, But beneath it, miles below the Mary Celeste, where sunlight had never reached and silence ruled with absolute authority, slow currents carried forgotten things across the floor of the Atlantic. Broken anchors, splintered masts, coins scattered from wrecked treasure ships, bones long surrendered to the ocean. There, according to one of the oldest maritime legends ever whispered among Portuguese sailors, lay a place they called the Sleeping Road. No chart acknowledged its existence. No navy searched for it. No scholar could prove it had ever been real. The legend claimed it was not a place one could intentionally find. Instead, the road found certain ships. It revealed itself only when sea, sky, wind, and fate aligned in ways no navigator could predict. Those who crossed above it often noticed nothing at all. Others claimed they heard faint knocking beneath their hulls. Some reported strange dreams. A few spoke of unfamiliar stars. Almost none returned willing to discuss what happened afterward. Whether such stories held any truth remained impossible to determine. Legends have a peculiar habit of surviving because they can never be tested. Yet on that quiet autumn night, as the Mary Celeste continued her steady passage toward Europe, a sound echoed softly through the darkness below deck. Knock. A pause. Then another. Knock. Not loud enough to wake the captain. Not sharp enough to alarm the watch. Only quiet enough that one exhausted sailor opened his eyes, listened for several seconds, and convinced himself it had been nothing more than the settling of old timber. He rolled over, closed his eyes once more. And somewhere beneath the hull, hidden below thousands of feet of black Atlantic water, something answered with a third and final knock. A sound so faint that no human ear aboard the Mary Celeste could possibly have heard it. Or so history would forever insist. For nearly a week, the Atlantic offered the Mary Celeste little reason for concern. Each sunrise unfolded with remarkable consistency. The eastern horizon slowly brightened from deep violet to pale gold, revealing an ocean that seemed almost endless in its tranquility. Gentle swells carried the brigantine steadily toward Europe, while a dependable breeze filled her sails with just enough strength to maintain a comfortable pace. To Captain Benjamin Briggs, every passing day confirmed what he had believed before leaving New York. The voyage was progressing exactly as planned. Routine soon became the invisible heartbeat of the ship. Before dawn, the watch on deck recorded the changing wind and examined the condition of the rigging. Lanterns were extinguished one by one as daylight spread across the sea. Below deck, coffee simmered in blackened iron pots, while salted pork, biscuits, and oatmeal were prepared for breakfast. The smell was neither pleasant nor unpleasant. It was simply the familiar scent of life aboard a 19th-century merchant vessel. The crew ate quickly. There was little conversation during the morning meal. Every man understood that work always came before comfort. Captain Briggs usually appeared on deck shortly after sunrise, with his sextant carefully protected inside its wooden case. He would spend several quiet minutes measuring the position of the sun before returning to his cabin to complete his calculations. Numbers filled the pages of his navigation book with almost mathematical elegance. Latitude, estimated longitude, wind direction, speed, sea conditions. Everything was recorded. Everything had its place. Benjamin Briggs believed that a disciplined logbook reflected a disciplined captain. It was a belief shared by many experienced mariners of his generation. While the captain attended to navigation, First Mate Albert Richardson supervised the crew with calm efficiency. There was no need to shout. Orders were given in measured voices, and the sailors responded with the practiced movements of men who had repeated the same tasks hundreds of times before. Canvas was adjusted. Lines were coiled. Blocks were inspected. Decks were scrubbed free of salt. Every small duty helped preserve the ship for another day at sea. Even young Sophia seemed to recognize the rhythm that governed life aboard the Mary Celeste. Each morning she wandered carefully along the quarterdeck while holding tightly to her mother's hand. She had already learned which parts of the ship were forbidden and which sailors always greeted her with a smile. To the crew, Her laughter became an unexpected reminder of home. Merchant ships were rarely cheerful places. They were built for work. Yet the presence of a family softened the atmosphere in subtle ways. Rough language disappeared whenever Sarah Briggs approached. Arguments ended more quickly. Even the oldest sailors found themselves speaking more gently than they might have aboard another vessel. Sarah herself spent much of her time reading, sewing, or writing letters she hoped to send once they reached Genoa. Those letters, carefully folded and tucked inside a small leather case, would never reach their destination. History remembers the mystery. It often forgets the ordinary moments that came before it. On the 6th day after leaving New York, the weather shifted slightly. Not dramatically, only enough for experienced sailors to notice. The wind veered several degrees to the north, requiring a minor adjustment to the sails. Thin clouds drifted lazily across the afternoon sky, filtering the sunlight into soft silver rather than brilliant gold. The temperature dropped just enough for heavier coats to appear on deck after sunset. No one considered these changes unusual. The Atlantic in November was never entirely predictable. It rewarded captains who adapted rather than resisted. That evening, Captain Briggs remained on deck longer than usual. He stood quietly beside the rail, watching the fading sunlight disappear beneath the western horizon. There are moments during every long voyage when the ocean becomes so beautiful that even experienced sailors forget its dangers. This was one of those evenings. The sea reflected the colors of the sky with astonishing clarity. Bands of crimson, amber, and violet stretched across the water until sea and heaven seemed almost impossible to distinguish. For several minutes, no one spoke. Even the crew paused occasionally to admire the view. Then darkness arrived with remarkable speed. One by one, the first stars appeared overhead. Captain Briggs recognized them almost instinctively. Polaris, Cassiopeia, the familiar constellations that had guided navigators for centuries. Long before electronic instruments existed, the stars had served as humanity's oldest companions upon the sea. Unlike men, they never lied, or so sailors liked to believe. Later that night, the watch changed without incident. Fresh hands replaced tired ones. The wheel passed quietly from one sailor to another. Below deck, the crew settled into narrow bunks where the constant motion of the ship often provided better sleep than a bed on land. The Mary Celeste continued eastward beneath a sky crowded with stars. If anyone had observed her from above, she would have appeared impossibly small against the vastness of the Atlantic. A single wooden vessel surrounded by thousands of miles of open water. The nearest coastline lay far beyond the horizon. Help, should it ever become necessary, could take days to arrive. Isolation was an accepted part of life at sea. Still, isolation affects every person differently. Some men welcomed it. Others merely endured it. A few never truly adapted at all. One member of the crew had developed a habit that almost no one else noticed. Every evening, shortly before beginning his watch, he paused near the bow and spent several quiet moments staring into the darkness ahead. His name was Volkert Lorentzen. The Danish sailor had spent much of his adult life crossing the Atlantic, earning a reputation as a dependable seaman who rarely complained and almost never spoke unless necessary. He was not considered superstitious. In fact, younger sailors often joked that nothing could surprise him anymore. Storms, ice, heavy seas, equipment failures. Lorentzen had survived them all. Yet on this voyage, something about his routine had subtly changed. On the first evening, no one paid attention. On the second, it passed unnoticed once again. By the sixth night, another sailor finally asked him what he was looking for. Lorentzen did not answer immediately. He kept his eyes fixed upon the darkness beyond the bow before speaking in a calm voice. The sea. The younger sailor laughed. "We're all looking at the sea!" Only then did Lorentzen turn toward him. No. His expression remained perfectly serious. "We're looking across it." The younger sailor frowned. "And you?" Lorenzen returned his gaze to the horizon. "I'm trying to see if it's looking back." For several seconds, neither man spoke. Finally, the younger sailor chuckled uneasily and shook his head. "Too many years aboard ships. Perhaps." Lorenzen smiled faintly. "Or perhaps not enough." The conversation ended there. Neither man mentioned it again. Had someone asked Lorenzen the following morning what he had meant, he probably would have struggled to explain. It was not fear. Not exactly. It was only a feeling. A strange awareness that sometimes visited experienced sailors after enough years upon the ocean. The sensation that the Atlantic possessed a presence beyond its endless water, not alive, not conscious, simply ancient. Far older than every ship that crossed its surface. Far older than every nation that claimed to command it. Such thoughts came easily during long voyages. Captain Briggs himself had once written that prolonged isolation often encouraged the imagination to wander into places reason would normally forbid. He trusted facts, measurements, observations, not feelings. And according to every measurable fact available, the Mary Celeste remained exactly where she should have been. The barometer showed no sign of dangerous weather. The cargo remained secure. The rigging was sound. The crew appeared healthy. Progress toward Genoa continued steadily. There was no reason to believe that history had already begun quietly recording the final ordinary days of everyone aboard. Just before midnight, as the watch settled into another uneventful rotation, a solitary seabird circled above the mainmast. Its white wings caught the moonlight for only an instant before it disappeared into the darkness beyond the stern. No one thought much of it. Birds occasionally wandered astonishing distances from land. Yet one sailor watched the fading silhouette longer than the others, not because the bird itself seemed unusual, but because it was flying west, back toward the empty horizon from which the Mary Celeste had come, almost as if it had decided that whatever lay ahead was not worth discovering. The seabird was forgotten by sunrise. Like countless small moments aboard a ship, it dissolved into the steady rhythm of work before anyone had reason to remember it. The Atlantic had a way of reducing every passing curiosity to insignificance. A strange cloud, an unfamiliar current, an unexpected gust of wind. Such things came and went without leaving a mark upon the minds of experienced sailors. Captain Briggs rose before the first hint of dawn, as he did every morning. His cabin was modest but orderly. Charts lay folded neatly upon the navigation table. A brass lamp swung gently from a hook overhead, moving almost imperceptibly with the motion of the ship. Beside the logbook rested a well-worn Bible, its leather cover softened by years of careful use. Before beginning his day's work, Briggs paused for a brief moment of prayer. It was a habit he rarely discussed. Faith, to him, was neither spectacle nor obligation. It was discipline, much like navigation itself. Both required patience. Both required humility. And both reminded a man that there were forces greater than himself. After completing his morning observations, Briggs stepped onto the quarterdeck. The wind had freshened slightly during the night, allowing the Mary Celeste to make excellent progress. Richardson greeted the captain with the latest report. "No damage. No leaks. No change in course." Briggs nodded with quiet satisfaction. "Very good." The conversation lasted no more than a few seconds. There was simply nothing else that needed discussing. Far below them, the cargo remained secure inside the hold. More than 1,700 barrels rested in darkness, stacked with remarkable precision. Every few days, members of the crew descended with lanterns to inspect the cargo and ensure that nothing had shifted. It was unpleasant work. The air below deck was cooler and carried the sharp scent of industrial alcohol mixed with damp timber. Lantern light revealed endless rows of rounded barrels disappearing into shadow. Everything appeared exactly as it should. The inspection lasted only a few minutes. When the sailors climbed back onto the main deck, one of them stretched his back and laughed. "I'll be glad to see Italy. So will the barrels." The others smiled. Small jokes helped shorten long voyages. By late morning, Sarah Briggs had settled near the stern, with a book resting upon her lap, while Sophia played nearby with a small wooden doll. The child occasionally wandered only a few steps away, before looking back to ensure her mother remained within sight. Sarah watched the sea as often as she watched the pages. She had crossed oceans before. She knew that endless water possessed a strange effect upon the mind. After enough days, one almost forgot what mountains looked like. Forgot the sound of busy streets. Forgot the smell of forests after rain. The world gradually narrowed until it consisted only of sky, sea, and the weather. Yet there was peace in that simplicity. At noon, Captain Briggs completed another celestial observation. His calculations confirmed that the Mary Celeste remained comfortably on schedule. If favorable winds continued, Genoa awaited them little more than 3 weeks away. It was encouraging news. The captain closed his notebook with quiet confidence. Somewhere far ahead lay Europe. Somewhere far behind rested New York. Between them stretched only open ocean. During the afternoon, the crew found themselves accompanied by an unexpected visitor. A butterfly. No one could explain where it had come from. Its orange wings fluttered uncertainly around the rigging before settling briefly upon one of the lifeboat's wooden oars. Sophia clapped her hands with delight. Even the sailors paused to admire the tiny traveler. One man suggested it must have been carried far offshore by favorable winds. Another insisted it had likely hidden somewhere among the cargo before leaving port. Captain Briggs offered no opinion. Whatever its origin, the butterfly remained aboard for less than an hour before disappearing into the vast Atlantic sky. The ocean reclaimed its solitude once more. As daylight slowly faded, conversation turned toward home. These conversations became more frequent as the days passed. One sailor spoke about the vineyard his father hoped to expand. Another described a daughter he had not seen in nearly a year. Someone else wondered whether winter had already reached Boston. Captain Briggs listened more than he spoke. He understood that every man aboard carried 2 destinations in his heart. The first was the port marked upon the chart. The second was the home waiting beyond it. No amount of experience ever erased that quiet longing. Toward evening, clouds gathered in scattered formations across the western sky. They were high, thin clouds that caught the setting sun and glowed with pale shades of pink and gold. Beautiful. Harmless. Richardson studied them only long enough to confirm that they posed no immediate threat. The barometer remained steady. The wind remained favorable. Everything suggested another peaceful night. As darkness settled over the Atlantic, the ship seemed to shrink within the immensity surrounding her. Lanterns cast warm circles of light across polished wood, but beyond their reach waited absolute darkness. It was a darkness unlike anything found on land. There were no distant farmhouses, no villages, no roads, no fires upon distant hills, only the stars. They appeared brighter with every passing hour, scattered across the heavens in numbers impossible to count. Many sailors believed that no cathedral ever built by human hands could equal the beauty of a clear night at sea. Others found the same sight deeply unsettling. The stars reminded them how small they truly were. Just after the evening watch began, Andrew Gilling happened to glance toward the ship's compass. He frowned, only for a moment. The needle appeared to tremble slightly before settling once again. He watched for another minute. Nothing. Perfectly normal. Compasses occasionally behaved unpredictably aboard wooden sailing ships. Variations in the Earth's magnetic field, changes in the ship's heading, even tiny movements beneath the deck could produce brief fluctuations. Gilling dismissed the incident without mentioning it. There was nothing worth reporting. Had it happened twice, perhaps. 3 times, certainly. But once, it meant nothing. At least, that was what reason insisted. Near midnight, the ocean became unusually quiet. Not silent. The sea is never truly silent. Water whispered against the hull. Rigging creaked gently overhead. Canvas sighed with each passing breeze. Yet another sound seemed strangely absent: the gulls. For several days they had appeared occasionally, following the vessel for an hour before disappearing. Tonight there were none. No distant cries, no fluttering wings. Nothing crossed the moonlit sky. Volkert Lorenzen noticed first. He leaned against the rail, listening. Then he smiled to himself. "You've grown old," he muttered softly. "You miss birds now." The thought amused him enough that he almost laughed. Age had a peculiar habit of making familiar things seem precious. He remained on deck for another hour before being relieved. As he descended toward the forecastle, he glanced once more toward the horizon. There was nothing there. Only darkness. Only sea. Only another ordinary night aboard the Mary Celeste. And yet, hundreds of miles away, beyond the reach of every eye aboard the brigantine, another ship had already altered her own course. Her crew did not know it. The captain had no reason to suspect it. No signal had been exchanged. No message had been sent. The two vessels remained complete strangers upon the Atlantic. History, however, had already begun drawing their paths together. Within weeks, one ship would become famous across the world. The other would become the first witness to a mystery that would outlive everyone who sailed upon either deck. Morning came wrapped in a blanket of low gray clouds. The brilliant sun that had accompanied the Mary Celeste for much of her journey remained hidden beyond an unbroken layer of overcast sky. The sea had changed as well. It was no longer the shimmering blue expanse that had reflected the heavens only a day before. Instead, the Atlantic wore a muted shade of slate, its surface rising and falling beneath the weight of an indifferent sky. The weather was not unpleasant. It was simply ordinary. Experienced sailors often preferred such days. Strong sunlight could be exhausting during long watches, while gentle cloud cover made the work more comfortable. Captain Briggs examined the horizon as he always did. Visibility remained excellent despite the clouds. The wind continued from a favorable direction. The ship answered the helm beautifully. There was no reason to alter their course. After recording the morning observations, Briggs lingered for a moment beside the rail. He had always enjoyed watching the sea when it appeared calm but colorless. It reminded him that the Atlantic possessed more than one face. Some days it dazzled. Other days it seemed almost emotionless. Perhaps that was why so many sailors believed the ocean could never truly be understood. It changed constantly while remaining exactly the same. The crew settled into another day of familiar labor. Ropes were inspected once again. Canvas was adjusted to match the changing wind. Buckets of seawater were hauled aboard to wash salt from the deck before it could dry into rough white crystals. The rhythm had become almost automatic. Work, rest, meals, sleep, repeat. Time itself seemed to dissolve. Only the captain's log preserved any clear distinction between one day and the next. Below deck, Sarah Briggs continued writing in her journal. Unlike the official logbook, her journal contained no measurements or navigation. Instead, she wrote about Sophia's laughter, about sunsets, about the kindness of certain sailors, about the peaceful feeling that came from waking each morning surrounded by nothing except sea and sky. She even remarked that the voyage had proven far more comfortable than many friends had predicted. Those simple observations, had they survived, would have become priceless windows into the final peaceful days aboard the Mary Celeste. Unfortunately, no such journal has ever been found. History is filled with missing voices. It often preserves cargo manifests more carefully than human thoughts. Near midday, one of the younger sailors pointed toward the northeastern horizon. "Ship!" The announcement immediately drew several eyes. Captain Briggs accepted the spyglass and focused carefully upon the distant silhouette. A merchant vessel, too far away to identify. She remained barely visible, appearing and disappearing behind gentle swells. For nearly 20 minutes, the two ships sailed within sight of one another, without coming close enough to exchange signals. Eventually, each continued along its own course. The stranger gradually disappeared into the gray horizon. No one aboard either vessel could have imagined how extraordinary such an ordinary encounter truly was. Every passing ship served as a reminder that civilization still existed somewhere beyond the emptiness. A reassurance. Proof that the Atlantic, despite its immensity, had not swallowed them completely. By late afternoon, a light rain began to fall. Not enough to interfere with the voyage. Only a fine mist that dampened coats and darkened the wooden deck. The crew welcomed the cooler air. Fresh rain always seemed to wash away the endless coating of salt that clung to everything aboard. Sophia delighted in reaching tiny hands toward the falling droplets, until Sarah gently carried her below. Captain Briggs remained outside. He preferred weather like this. Rain demanded attention. Attention discouraged complacency. A captain who grew too comfortable often made mistakes. As evening approached, the clouds finally began to break apart. Small openings appeared overhead, allowing narrow beams of golden sunlight to spill across the Atlantic. The effect was breathtaking. Columns of light stretched from heaven to sea, as though invisible stairways descended toward the waves. Several sailors stopped working for just a moment. No matter how many years they spent upon the ocean, scenes like this never became ordinary. Nature possessed an endless talent for reminding mankind of its own smallness. That night, after supper, conversation drifted toward old stories. Such conversations often emerged naturally after several days at sea. Someone mentioned a wreck discovered years earlier off the coast of Nova Scotia. Another remembered hearing about a captain who had supposedly sailed through a hurricane without losing a single sail. Then one of the younger crewmen laughed. My grandfather swore he once saw a ship with no one aboard. Several sailors smiled politely. Every harbor possessed at least one version of that story. The details changed. The ending rarely did. A lonely vessel. Full sails. Empty deck. No crew. No explanation. Captain Briggs listened quietly before speaking. There are always explanations. His voice remained calm. Sometimes we simply don't discover them. The younger sailor nodded. I suppose so. Briggs offered a faint smile. The sea is mysterious enough without adding ghosts. Laughter followed. The mood remained light. No one realized the remarkable irony hidden within the captain's words. Years later, millions of people would speak those very same sentences while discussing his own ship. After darkness settled completely, the watch resumed its familiar pattern. Richardson paced slowly along the weather side of the deck, occasionally lifting his eyes toward the stars, now visible through widening gaps in the clouds. The air had become noticeably cooler. Winter was slowly tightening its grip upon the North Atlantic. Nothing unusual disturbed the first hours of the night. Then, sometime after midnight, the ship gave a gentle shudder. Not a violent jolt. Not the impact of striking something beneath the water. Only a faint vibration that passed through the timbers, almost too softly to notice. Richardson stopped walking. So, did you feel that? A nearby sailor nodded. I think so. What was it? The man shrugged. No idea. They waited. Nothing happened. The sea remained calm. The wind remained steady. The Mary Celeste continued sailing without the slightest difficulty. Richardson looked over the side. Dark water slipped quietly past the hull. Whatever had caused the brief vibration had already disappeared. Perhaps a stronger current. Perhaps drifting debris brushing the keel. Perhaps nothing more than the natural movement of an aging wooden ship. He chose not to wake Captain Briggs. There was no emergency. By dawn, the incident had almost been forgotten. Almost. Because while most of the crew returned to their ordinary duties without another thought, one man found himself looking over the side more often than before. Not because he expected to see anything. Only because, for reasons he could not explain, he had begun to wonder what might exist beneath several thousand feet of cold Atlantic water. It was an innocent thought. one that countless sailors had entertained before him. Yet from that morning onward, more than one pair of eyes aboard the Mary Celeste would begin lingering just a little longer upon the sea, as though the ocean, vast and unknowable, had quietly invited them to keep watching. The next morning arrived with a silence that no one aboard the Mary Celeste considered unusual. The sea was calm. The wind remained dependable. The ship continued eastward with the quiet confidence of a vessel doing exactly what she had been built to do. Captain Briggs completed his observations shortly after sunrise and entered the latest figures into the logbook with the same careful handwriting that had filled its pages since the voyage began. There was satisfaction in routine. Every completed entry represented another successful day upon the Atlantic. Another day closer to Genoa. Another day closer to home. The morning inspection revealed nothing worthy of concern. The bilge remained dry. The pumps functioned properly. The standing rigging showed no excessive wear. The cargo hold remained secure. The crew appeared healthy and rested. If another captain had boarded the Mary Celeste that morning, he would likely have complimented Briggs on the excellent condition of both his ship and his men. After breakfast, Sarah Briggs joined her husband on the quarterdeck while Sophia slept peacefully below. For several minutes they stood together without speaking. Married couples who had spent years together often discovered that silence could be more comforting than conversation. Benjamin finally broke the quiet. "If this weather holds, we'll make excellent time." Sarah smiled. "You've said that every morning. And every morning I've been right." She laughed softly. "I suppose you have." Their conversation drifted toward ordinary things. The house waiting for them after the voyage. Arthur's studies back home. Letters they hoped would be waiting upon their return. There was nothing remarkable about the exchange. In fact, it was precisely the kind of conversation historians wish they could recover from every famous voyage. History remembers disasters. It rarely remembers happiness. By midday, the wind strengthened enough to increase the ship's speed. The Mary Celeste leaned gently to starboard as fresh canvas caught the breeze. The crew welcomed the change. More speed meant fewer days at sea. Fewer days at sea meant fewer opportunities for bad weather to intervene. Richardson checked the sails one final time before allowing himself a moment to admire the horizon. The Atlantic stretched in every direction with almost impossible emptiness. He had crossed these waters many times, yet they never became familiar. Every ocean crossing felt like entering an enormous cathedral whose walls remained forever beyond sight. There was beauty in that emptiness. There was also humility. No matter how skilled a captain became, the sea always remained larger. That afternoon, Captain Briggs spent nearly an hour updating several navigational charts. The work required patience more than difficulty. Small pencil marks recorded estimated positions. Tiny corrections reflected changing currents and shifting winds. Future captains might never see those marks, yet they represented the invisible craft of safe navigation. Outside the cabin, Sophia's laughter echoed briefly across the deck once more. A sailor had carved a tiny wooden bird from a scrap of leftover timber and presented it to her as a gift. She carried it everywhere for the rest of the afternoon. Years later, writers would often imagine the little toy still lying somewhere aboard the abandoned ship, waiting for the child who never returned. No record confirms such a detail. Yet somehow it feels possible. As sunset approached, the sky cleared completely. A cool wind swept across the Atlantic, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of approaching winter. The temperature dropped steadily after dark. Heavy coats replaced lighter jackets. Lanterns burned brighter against the gathering night. Captain Briggs delayed retiring to his cabin. He had developed the habit of walking the deck one final time before sleep, not because he distrusted his officers. Quite the opposite. He simply believed that a captain should never ask his crew to remain vigilant if he himself failed to do the same. His footsteps echoed softly across the weathered planks. Everything appeared exactly as it should. The wheel answered smoothly beneath the helmsman's hands. The sails drew steadily. The stars shone brilliantly overhead. One by one, Briggs exchanged quiet words with each sailor on watch, before finally pausing near the bow. For several seconds he listened. The Atlantic possessed countless voices. Water moving along the hull, canvas shifting gently overhead, timbers settling beneath changing pressure. Experienced captains unconsciously memorized those sounds. Together, they formed the heartbeat of a healthy ship. Tonight, that heartbeat remained perfectly steady. Satisfied, Briggs descended below deck. Above him, the night watch continued. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. Nothing disturbed the peaceful voyage. Then, sometime during the darkest hours before dawn, the wind changed. Not dramatically. Only a few degrees. The helmsman adjusted course almost without thinking. It was a movement so ordinary that no one mentioned it afterward. Small corrections happened dozens of times during every crossing. Yet that gentle shift carried the Mary Celeste onto a slightly different heading than she had maintained throughout the previous week. The difference measured only a fraction of a degree. Hardly enough to notice. Hardly enough to matter. Or so everyone believed. Far ahead, hidden somewhere beyond the sleeping horizon, lay the Azores. For centuries, those volcanic islands had served as a familiar landmark for ships crossing the Atlantic between Europe and North America. Captains welcomed the sight of their distant peaks after weeks surrounded by nothing except open water. The islands meant fresh bearings, renewed confidence, proof that the voyage continued according to plan. Few sailors realized that the waters surrounding the Azores possessed an unusual reputation long before the Mary Celeste ever approached them. Portuguese fishermen spoke quietly of unpredictable currents that seemed to ignore the wind. Old whaling captains occasionally mentioned banks of fog that appeared without warning before vanishing just as quickly. Most dismissed such stories as exaggeration born from generations of life at sea. Perhaps they were. Perhaps every ocean gathers its own folklore simply because people dislike admitting how little they truly understand the world beneath their ships. Whatever the truth, Captain Briggs knew only the facts recorded upon his charts. The Azores lay somewhere ahead. The weather remained favorable. The voyage continued smoothly. There was every reason to expect another ordinary sunrise. There was every reason to believe the most difficult part of the crossing had already passed. History would later reveal how dangerously reassuring ordinary days can be. Because great mysteries seldom announce themselves with thunder or towering waves. More often, they arrive quietly. One unnoticed decision. One forgotten conversation. One course correction so small that no one bothers to remember it. And by the time anyone realizes its importance, the moment has already disappeared forever. When the first pale light of dawn finally touched the eastern horizon, the Mary Celeste sailed onward exactly as she had the day before. The crew prepared for another routine morning. Captain Briggs reached once again for his sextant. Sarah awoke to the gentle motion of the sea. Sophia still clutched the little wooden bird as she slept peacefully in her bunk. No one aboard the brigantine suspected that they had entered the last chapter of their ordinary lives. Behind them lay the familiar Atlantic they believed they understood. Ahead waited waters where history, rumor, and legend would one day become impossible to separate. The first whisper had already reached the ship. None of them had heard it, but the sea had. On the morning after Captain Briggs made his quiet course correction, the Atlantic looked unchanged. The sea rolled beneath the Mary Celeste, with the same steady rhythm that had carried her eastward since leaving New York. A cool wind filled the sails. Thin clouds drifted high above the ship, allowing long stretches of pale autumn sunlight to move across the water. To any passing vessel, the brigantine would have appeared perfectly ordinary. Yet something subtle had begun to change. Not the weather, not the ship. The crew themselves. It started with small things that were easy to dismiss. One sailor overslept his watch for the first time during the voyage. Another complained that he had dreamed of hearing footsteps above his bunk, even though everyone else had been asleep. A third remarked that the nights seemed darker than they should have been, despite the clear skies. None of these observations appeared in the official logbook. Men at sea often slept poorly. Dreams were forgotten. Darkness was darkness. Captain Briggs noticed only that the crew had become slightly quieter during meals. Conversation still occurred, but the easy laughter that had accompanied the first week of the voyage appeared less frequently. The change was so gradual that no one could have identified the exact day it began. After breakfast, Briggs conducted another inspection of the cargo hold. Lantern light flickered across endless rows of alcohol barrels stacked in careful order. The air smelled sharply of spirits and damp wood. Everything remained secure. As he turned to leave, he paused for a moment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the lantern's glow, he thought he heard a faint creak. Not unusual. Wooden ships creaked constantly. He listened again. Nothing. Briggs climbed back to the deck and gave the matter no further thought. That afternoon, First Mate Albert Richardson found Volkert Lorenzen standing near the bow during his off-watch, staring toward the eastern horizon. "Expecting land already?" Richardson asked. Lorenzen shook his head. "No." "Then what are you looking at?" The older sailor hesitated. "I don't know." Richardson followed his gaze. The horizon appeared empty. "You've been spending a lot of time up here." "Have I?" "More than usual." Lorenzen considered this for a moment. "Perhaps I have. Any reason?" "No reason worth mentioning." Richardson studied him briefly before nodding and returning to his duties. Lorenzen remained at the bow long after the first mate had gone. Later that evening, a curious thing happened during supper. One of the younger sailors, a German named Gottlieb, looked up suddenly and frowned toward the companionway leading to the deck. "Did someone come down?" he asked. The others glanced around. "No. I heard footsteps. Probably the watch changing." Gottlieb nodded uncertainly and returned to his meal. A few minutes later, he looked up again. "There," he said quietly. "Did you hear that?" This time, several men paused to listen. Only the familiar sounds of the ship reached them. Water against the hull. Rigging overhead. Nothing more. Someone laughed. "Too much coffee." The tension broke immediately. Conversation resumed, and within minutes, the incident had been forgotten by everyone except Gottlieb himself. That night, the sky cleared completely. The stars returned in astonishing numbers, scattered across the heavens like frost on black glass. Captain Briggs spent nearly an hour taking observations and checking the ship's position. According to every calculation, the Mary Celeste remained exactly where she should have been. He closed his notebook with satisfaction. Then he noticed something odd. Not alarming, merely odd. The ship's chronometer appeared to be running a few minutes slow. Briggs checked it twice against his pocket watch before making a small adjustment. Marine chronometers were remarkably accurate instruments, but even the finest mechanisms occasionally required correction. He recorded the adjustment and moved on. Reason provided a perfectly adequate explanation. Reason usually did. Near midnight, Gottlieb was assigned to the watch with another sailor named Boz Lorenzen, no relation to Volkert. The two men paced the deck in silence for nearly an hour before Gottlieb spoke. "Do you ever feel like we're being followed?" Boz chuckled. "By what?" "I don't know. Another ship, maybe." "You'd see her lanterns." "Not if she kept them dark." "Why would anyone do that?" Gottlieb had no answer. They continued walking. A few minutes later, Boz stopped and looked back over the stern. "Nothing there," he said. Gottlieb nodded, embarrassed. "I know." But as they resumed their watch, he found himself glancing behind the ship more often than before. The feeling refused to leave him. Not fear. Expectation. As though something just beyond the reach of sight was keeping pace with the Mary Celeste through the darkness. Shortly before dawn, Volkert Lorenzen awoke abruptly from a dream he could not remember. For several seconds he lay motionless in his bunk, listening. The ship creaked softly around him. Then he heard it. Footsteps. Slow, measured footsteps crossing the deck above. He frowned. The watch should have been near the stern at that hour. These steps sounded closer to the bow. Lorenzen sat up and listened more carefully. The footsteps stopped. He waited. Nothing. After a long moment, he shook his head and lay back down. Old ships produced strange sounds at night. He knew that better than anyone aboard. Still, sleep did not return easily. When morning came, he almost mentioned the incident to Richardson. Almost. Instead, he kept silent. What would he say? That he had heard footsteps on a ship where sailors walked the deck every night? The idea sounded foolish even in his own mind. So he said nothing. And because he said nothing, he never learned that Gottlieb had heard footsteps as well. Nor did either man know that Captain Briggs had spent several restless minutes awake before dawn, listening to what he believed was someone moving outside his cabin. He had assumed it was Richardson making an early inspection. Richardson had assumed it was one of the sailors. The sailors had assumed it was each other. No one thought enough of it to ask. That was how such things often began. Not with terror, not with undeniable miracles, only with small uncertainties that reason could explain one by one. A slow chronometer, a restless dream. Footsteps heard in the dark, a feeling of being followed across an empty ocean. Each detail alone meant nothing. Together, they formed the first faint pattern of a mystery that no one aboard the Mary Celeste had yet begun to see. As the sun climbed higher and the brigantine continued eastward toward the Azores, Captain Briggs opened the logbook and prepared to record another ordinary day at sea. His pen hovered above the page for a moment. Then he wrote the date. It would become one of the last entries anyone would ever read. And somewhere beyond the horizon, hidden by distance and morning haze, another ship was slowly approaching, the same stretch of Atlantic where history had begun to hold its breath. The date entered neatly into the captain's log, appeared no different from those that came before it. The handwriting remained steady. The figures were precise. Course, wind, weather, estimated position. Every line reflected the habits of a disciplined mariner who believed that careful records could protect both his ship and his crew from unnecessary danger. No historian studying that page generations later would discover a warning hidden within the ink. Nothing suggested that ordinary routine had already begun slipping almost imperceptibly away. The morning passed without incident. Richardson supervised another inspection of the standing rigging while two sailors climbed confidently into the shrouds to examine blocks and pulleys that had endured constant strain since leaving New York. From high above the deck, the Atlantic appeared even larger than before. Sea, sky, nothing else. One of the sailors paused for a moment to admire the view. It feels as though we've sailed beyond the world. His companion laughed. The world is behind us, and ahead of us. Exactly. The older sailor smiled. Then perhaps we're somewhere in the middle. They continued their work, thinking no more about the conversation. Far below, Captain Briggs completed another set of calculations inside his cabin before joining Sarah and Sophia for the midday meal. Sophia proudly carried the little wooden bird that one of the crew had carved for her only days earlier. She had begun inventing games with it, pretending it could fly from chair to chair whenever the ship rolled gently beneath her feet. Benjamin watched quietly. He wondered how many childhood memories she would one day carry from these voyages. He hoped they would be pleasant ones. His own earliest memories of the sea had been filled with curiosity rather than fear. He wanted the same for his daughter. Outside, the Atlantic continued breathing with slow, endless patience. By early afternoon, a bank of scattered fog appeared several miles to the north. It remained distant enough to present no difficulty for navigation. Thin white ribbons drifted above the water, changing shape constantly as the wind carried them eastward. Richardson observed them through the spyglass before handing it back to the captain. "They'll stay clear of us." Briggs nodded. "So it seems." Neither man gave the matter further consideration. Fog belonged to the sea as naturally as waves themselves. Sometimes it gathered. Sometimes it vanished. There was nothing mysterious about it. Yet several hours later, one of the younger sailors happened to glance toward the same northern horizon. The fog had disappeared, not gradually, completely. The water beyond it looked as clear as though nothing had ever been there. He frowned for only a moment before returning to work. Perhaps he had simply looked away longer than he realized. Memory often played curious tricks upon people surrounded by endless repetition. That evening, the wind eased slightly. The Mary Celeste lost a little speed, but remained comfortably on course. Captain Briggs appeared entirely satisfied. The voyage had now settled into such dependable regularity that even the smallest changes became noticeable. A different wind, a different color in the sky, a different rhythm beneath the hull. Nothing significant, merely different. As supper ended, Sarah carried Sophia below, while several members of the crew lingered at the table longer than usual. Conversation drifted toward old voyages. Stories naturally grew larger with every retelling. Storms became taller. Waves became heavier. Distances became greater. Every sailor possessed at least one tale that improved slightly each time it was told. Even Captain Briggs smiled as Richardson exaggerated the size of a rogue wave that had nearly carried away half the deck crew years earlier. "You've added another 10 feet since the last time I heard that story," Briggs said. Richardson laughed. "It grows every winter." "So it does." The men shared another laugh before returning to their evening duties. For a little while, the Mary Celeste once again felt exactly as she had during the first days after leaving New York. Comfortable. Predictable. Almost peaceful. Shortly after sunset, the moon rose above the eastern horizon. It was nearly full. Its pale light spread across the Atlantic until the sea resembled polished metal, stretching toward infinity. Volkert Lorenzen stood quietly near the rail, watching the moon's reflection break apart beneath the bow. The ocean looked beautiful. Too beautiful, he thought. He could not explain why that idea entered his mind. Beauty should comfort a man. Instead, the sight filled him with an odd sense of distance, as though the sea had become so calm that it no longer felt entirely real. He reached down and touched the rail with one weathered hand. Solid wood, cold beneath his fingers. The familiar sensation eased his thoughts. Behind him, footsteps approached. He turned. It was Richardson. "Everything all right?" "Of course. You've been quiet lately. So have the rest of us." Richardson considered that. Perhaps. Long voyages do that. They do. The first mate rested his arms upon the rail. "Another week or so and we'll begin thinking about land." Lorenzen nodded. "Land always sounds closer than it is." The two men stood together in comfortable silence. Finally, Richardson returned to his rounds. Lorenzen remained where he was. The moon continued climbing higher. Then something caught his attention. Not ahead, not behind, below. For only an instant, he thought he saw a dark shape passing beneath the surface, several yards off the port side. Large, long, moving far too smoothly to be a floating log. He leaned farther over the rail. The shape disappeared. A whale, perhaps. The Atlantic was home to countless great creatures. He waited another minute. Nothing surfaced. No spray. No tail. No ripple beyond the ordinary movement of the sea. He smiled faintly at himself. The mind often completed pictures that the eye never truly saw. When Richardson crossed the deck again a few minutes later, Lorenzen said nothing. There was nothing worth mentioning. If every sailor reported every shadow glimpsed beneath moonlit water, no captain would ever find time to sleep. Deep beneath the hull, unseen by every soul aboard, cold currents moved silently through the Atlantic. They had flowed there long before the first ship crossed these waters. They would continue long after the last one disappeared. Currents carried drifting timber, seaweed, fragments of forgotten wrecks. Sometimes they carried stranger things. Things no human eye ever witnessed because they never reached the surface. The ocean guarded its own history with remarkable patience. It revealed only what it chose. Near midnight, Captain Briggs stepped onto the deck for one final look at the weather before retiring. The moonlight revealed an ocean so calm that it almost seemed frozen. He breathed deeply. The air had become noticeably colder. Winter was drawing nearer with every passing day. He looked upward. The constellations remained exactly where they should be. He looked ahead. Nothing but the empty horizon. Then, almost without thinking, he looked astern. For several long seconds, he studied the ship's fading wake as it stretched into darkness. Nothing followed them. No sails. No lantern. No distant silhouette. Satisfied, he turned toward the companionway. Yet had he remained only a few moments longer, he might have noticed something almost impossible to distinguish from the play of moonlight upon moving water. Far behind the Mary Celeste, where her wake slowly dissolved into the Atlantic, a narrow band of pale mist had begun forming across the sea. It did not advance. It did not retreat. It simply remained there, silent beneath the moon, as though patiently waiting for the distance between itself and the brigantine to disappear on its own. Captain Briggs slept soundly that night. Years spent at sea had taught him an invaluable skill shared by only the most experienced captains. When circumstances allowed, he rested completely. Worry accomplished nothing after the day's work had been done, and fatigue had contributed to the loss of more ships than overconfidence ever had. Above his cabin, the watch continued as it always had. The helmsman maintained the ship's heading. The lookout scanned the horizon at regular intervals, though there was little to see beyond moonlight, scattered across an empty Atlantic. The sails whispered softly overhead. The Mary Celeste pressed onward. Just before dawn, the wind freshened once again. The change came so gradually that no one aboard noticed the exact moment it began. The canvas filled more firmly, and the brigantine leaned slightly into her course. Richardson approved. A good day's sailing ahead. The words proved true. By breakfast, the sea had regained the deep blue color that had become so familiar during the crossing. The gray skies of previous days had vanished completely, replaced by clear autumn light stretching from one horizon to the other. It felt as though the Atlantic had decided to reward the crew for their patience. Even Volkert Lorenzen appeared more relaxed. He joined the others at breakfast, accepted another cup of coffee, and allowed himself to laugh at one of Richardson's stories. Whatever uneasy thoughts had occupied him during recent evenings seemed to have drifted away with the night. Captain Briggs noticed the improvement. Better sleep? Lorenzen nodded. I suppose so. Good. The captain smiled. We'll all sleep better once Italy is beneath our feet. The men chuckled in agreement. For the first time in several days, the atmosphere aboard the Mary Celeste resembled the cheerful mood that had marked the beginning of the voyage. No one realized how important such ordinary happiness would later become. Historians searching for explanations often imagine that disaster announces itself through growing tension. Reality is seldom so accommodating. Sometimes people laugh together only hours before their lives change forever. Late that morning, Briggs performed another inspection of the lifeboat secured amidships. The small craft remained firmly lashed in place. Its oars were properly stowed. The painter line showed no sign of wear. Everything appeared ready should an emergency ever require its use. Captain Briggs hoped such a moment would never come. Throughout his career, he had believed that the finest lifeboat was the one that remained untouched. A sturdy ship offered far greater safety than any small boat exposed to the open sea. That conviction would later become one of the greatest puzzles surrounding the Mary Celeste. For now, however, it remained nothing more than another quiet thought passing through an experienced captain's mind. By early afternoon, the sea became unusually clear. Standing at the rail, one could look several feet beneath the surface and watch ribbons of sunlight dance through the water. Tiny fish occasionally flashed like polished silver before disappearing into deeper blue. Several sailors paused during their work to admire the remarkable visibility. "It feels as though the ocean has become glass," one remarked. Another nodded. "I've seen harbors less clear than this." Captain Briggs overheard the exchange. "The Atlantic likes to remind us that she has many faces." It was an observation few would have disagreed with. Toward the middle of the afternoon, Sophia wandered onto the quarterdeck carrying her wooden bird. She held it carefully over the rail, pretending it was flying beside the ship. Sarah gently reminded her not to lean too far. The little girl smiled and hugged the toy tightly against her chest. Volkert Lorenzen happened to witness the moment. Without quite knowing why, he found himself thinking about his own granddaughter back in Denmark. She would be nearly the same age now. He wondered whether she still remembered him. Life at sea demanded many sacrifices that no amount of experience could lessen. Distance measured more than miles. It measured birthdays missed, children grown, parents buried, letters that arrived months too late. The ocean connected continents while quietly separating families. As evening approached, Captain Briggs completed what would become one of the final routine inspections of the voyage. Every compartment received careful attention. The galley, the forecastle, the pumps, the cargo hatch. Nothing required repair. Nothing suggested hidden danger. Nothing hinted that the coming days would place the Mary Celeste among the most famous ships ever to sail. Just before sunset, Richardson unfolded one of the latest navigation charts across the cabin table. The captain joined him. Their discussion centered on estimated progress toward the Azores. "If the wind holds," Richardson observed, tracing a finger across the chart, "we should pass north of Santa Maria." Briggs nodded thoughtfully. "A comfortable margin. No reason to alter course. None." The chart was folded once again. The decision required less than 2 minutes. Like countless decisions made aboard merchant ships every day, it seemed entirely routine. History often turns upon moments that appear utterly insignificant while they are happening. Outside, dusk settled gently across the Atlantic. One by one, the first stars emerged overhead. Sophia had already fallen asleep. Sarah sat quietly reading beneath the warm glow of a swinging lamp. Captain Briggs remained on deck slightly longer than usual, breathing the cool evening air, before finally returning below. Behind him, the Mary Celeste continued cutting steadily through calm water. Ahead, somewhere beyond the unseen horizon, the scattered islands of the Azores waited beneath the same gathering night. For centuries, sailors had welcomed the archipelago as reassurance that Europe was drawing nearer. Yet old Portuguese fishermen sometimes spoke of those surrounding waters with curious caution. Not fear, respect. They believed that certain stretches of ocean possessed moods that changed without warning. One evening, the sea welcomed travelers. The next, it preferred solitude. Such beliefs belonged to folklore rather than navigation. Captain Briggs trusted charts, not legends. So did Richardson. So did every educated mariner of the 19th century. Reason had carried mankind across the oceans for generations. Reason would carry the Mary Celeste safely to Genoa as well. Or so every soul aboard still believed. When darkness fully embraced the Atlantic that night, no unusual sound disturbed the ship. No mysterious light appeared upon the horizon. No impossible figure walked the deck. Only the familiar voices of wind and water accompanied the brigantine as she sailed onward. Yet if one had stood alone at the bow during the final hour before midnight and stared long enough into the darkness ahead, one might have noticed something curious. The stars nearest the eastern horizon seemed strangely blurred, as though an immense veil lay suspended between the ship and the distant sky. It was almost certainly nothing more than a bank of thin mist forming far ahead. Such things happened often at sea. No experienced captain would have considered it remarkable. The watch certainly did not. The Mary Celeste continued directly toward it, mile after mile, while the Atlantic remained calm enough to inspire complete confidence. By sunrise, that distant veil would still be waiting. And with it, The voyage would begin to leave the reassuring certainty of history behind, and step quietly into the realm where history and legend would forever become impossible to untangle. The veil on the eastern horizon remained visible throughout the night. No one aboard the Mary Celeste paid it much attention. To experienced sailors, distant haze belonged to the ordinary language of the sea. It formed without warning and dissolved just as quickly. Entire coastlines had disappeared behind mist, only to return an hour later as though they had never left. The watch noted nothing unusual. The helmsman maintained his heading. The lookout continued scanning the darkness with practiced patience. Captain Briggs remained asleep below deck, confident that the voyage was unfolding exactly as it should. Shortly before dawn, the wind weakened. Not enough to leave the sails hanging uselessly, but enough for every man on deck to notice the brigantine slowing almost imperceptibly. The canvas no longer snapped with quiet confidence. Instead, it breathed. The great sails filled gently, relaxed for a moment, and filled again. Richardson emerged from the quarterdeck companionway after hearing the subtle change in the rigging. He looked upward. The stars remained bright. The sea remained calm. Yet the air felt strangely still. Not lifeless. Simply heavy. The first mate glanced at the compass. The heading remained true. He checked the barometer. No meaningful change. Satisfied that nothing required immediate action, he ordered only a slight adjustment to the topsails before resuming his slow walk across the deck. By sunrise, the wind had returned almost completely. The brief lull passed without consequence. It became another small event, destined to disappear beneath the thousands of ordinary moments that filled every long voyage. After breakfast, Captain Briggs completed his daily observations. His calculations suggested they were making excellent progress toward the Azores. Another few days, perhaps less, and familiar islands would rise from the Atlantic. The thought lifted everyone's spirits. Land possessed an almost magical effect upon sailors after weeks, surrounded by open water. Even the promise of distant mountains could transform the mood aboard a ship. The crew worked with renewed energy. Songs, absent for several evenings, quietly returned. Not loudly, not all at once. One sailor hummed while coiling rope. Another joined him a few minutes later. Before long, half the deck echoed with fragments of old maritime ballads carried away by the morning breeze. Captain Briggs smiled. Ships always sounded healthier when men sang. Near midday, Sophia asked whether she would soon see Italy. Her father knelt beside her. Not today. Tomorrow? He laughed softly. Not tomorrow either. She frowned in exaggerated disappointment. Then when? When the sea decides we've earned it. Sarah looked at her husband with an amused smile. That sounds less like a navigator and more like a poet. Too many days on the Atlantic. Is that your excuse? It has served many captains before me. Their laughter drifted gently across the deck. Several nearby sailors smiled without interrupting their work. It was a peaceful afternoon, perhaps the most peaceful since leaving New York. The ocean itself seemed almost content. Long, gentle swells lifted the brigantine with slow, predictable motion. Schools of flying fish occasionally burst from the water before gliding astonishing distances above the waves. Once, a pair of dolphins appeared briefly near the bow, racing effortlessly through the ship's wake before disappearing into deeper water. Every sign suggested a healthy sea, an ordinary sea. Toward the middle of the afternoon, Captain Briggs called Richardson into his cabin. Together they reviewed the latest navigation estimates. The captain tapped one point on the chart. If these calculations are correct, we'll soon enter waters with heavier traffic. Merchant vessels from Europe, and whalers returning west. Richardson nodded. It'll be good to see another sail. It always is. The conversation turned briefly toward weather reports gathered before leaving New York. Nothing indicated severe storms ahead. Nothing suggested unusual currents. The Atlantic, at least according to every available source, remained cooperative. Briggs closed the chart. "I believe the most difficult part of the crossing is behind us." Richardson agreed. Neither man could have known how often those words would later be repeated by writers attempting to reconstruct the final days of the Mary Celeste. Late that afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived. Not another ship, not a seabird, a glass bottle. It drifted slowly across the starboard side, carried by a gentle current that crossed beneath the brigantine. One sailor pointed. "There!" Several crewmen gathered at the rail. The bottle floated only 30 or 40 yards away before slipping behind the stern. No one attempted to retrieve it. Objects lost at sea traveled extraordinary distances. A bottle entering the Atlantic near Europe might not be seen again until reaching the coast of North America years later. Someone joked that it probably contained a love letter. Another claimed it held the last will of a pirate. The laughter lasted only a moment before work resumed. The bottle disappeared forever into the endless blue. No one gave it another thought. Yet Captain Briggs watched its path slightly longer than the others. Not because the bottle interested him, but because its movement seemed oddly independent of the surrounding waves. For several seconds it drifted almost across the wind, before gradually turning with the current. He dismissed the observation immediately. Surface currents often behaved differently from deeper water. There was nothing remarkable about it. Still, he found himself glancing over the rail once more, before returning to his duties. That evening, the sunset proved unusually vivid. Bands of crimson stretched across the western sky, while scattered clouds reflected brilliant shades of orange and purple. Sophia declared it the prettiest sky she had ever seen. One of the sailors quietly replied that the sea often wore its finest colors just before nightfall. None of them knew how closely those words echoed an old saying repeated in ports from Lisbon to Boston. The sea always smiles before it keeps a secret. Most dismissed the phrase as little more than folklore. Others preferred not to repeat it at all. After darkness settled completely, Captain Briggs remained on deck longer than usual. He was not troubled. In fact, he felt remarkably optimistic. The voyage had exceeded expectations. His crew remained disciplined. His family remained healthy. His ship had behaved beautifully throughout the crossing. He rested both hands upon the rail and looked toward the stars. Above him, the heavens appeared unchanged from every voyage he had ever commanded. Below, the Atlantic concealed nearly 3 miles of silent darkness. Human beings had mapped coastlines, measured mountains, crossed continents. Yet almost nothing was truly known about the world beneath a ship's keel. That thought lingered with him for only a moment before he smiled at his own imagination. There was little value in wondering about places no man could reach. He turned toward the companionway. Behind him, the Mary Celeste continued eastward beneath the quiet light of the moon. Far ahead, hidden beyond the reach of every telescope aboard, the atmosphere above the sea had begun to change. Not into a storm, not into fog. Something far more subtle. The stars nearest the horizon gradually lost their sharpness, as though viewed through perfectly clear glass that had somehow become ever so slightly uneven. The change was so delicate that no sailor noticed it. Had an astronomer stood upon the quarterdeck, he might have blamed unusual layers of cold and warm air bending the light. Had an old fisherman witnessed the same sight, he might have offered a very different explanation. The Atlantic cared little for either opinion. She continued waiting with infinite patience. And as midnight approached, the Mary Celeste crossed another invisible line upon the open ocean. No buoy marked it. No chart acknowledged it. No captain had ever drawn it upon a map. Yet from that moment onward, every mile the brigantine sailed carried her deeper into a region where ordinary explanations would begin to feel just slightly less certain. That was how every enduring legend truly began. Not with a single impossible event, but with reality yielding, one quiet step at a time. The Atlantic had changed. Not in any way that could be measured. Captain Benjamin Briggs still found favorable winds in his morning observations. The barometer remained reassuringly steady. The sea rolled beneath the Mary Celeste, with the same patient rhythm that had carried countless merchant ships safely between continents for generations. Everything that could be written in a logbook appeared perfectly normal. Everything that could be felt did not. No one aboard spoke of it directly. The feeling lived somewhere beneath language. It revealed itself in tiny hesitations that even the men experiencing them struggled to understand. Richardson found himself pausing before giving routine orders, as though listening for something he could never quite hear. Volkert Lorenzen glanced toward the horizon more often than habit alone could explain. Young Gottlieb had developed the peculiar habit of looking over his shoulder whenever he crossed the deck after sunset. Had anyone asked him why, he would have laughed at the question. He did not know. That ignorance disturbed him more than any answer could have. Morning passed beneath a ceiling of pale clouds that allowed the sun to shine through without warmth. The Atlantic reflected the muted light like polished steel. Captain Briggs stood beside the binnacle, comparing the ship's heading with the latest calculations he had completed only minutes earlier. The numbers agreed. The compass agreed. The wind agreed. Reason, once again, remained firmly in command. He closed the logbook. "There is something comforting about consistency," he remarked quietly. Richardson smiled. A captain's favorite word. No. Briggs looked across the sea. A sailor's. The first mate followed his gaze. Nothing interrupted the horizon. No passing merchantman. No distant fishing vessel. No smoke. No sails. During the previous week they had encountered only a handful of ships, each disappearing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Now there was nothing. The Atlantic seemed strangely empty. Such isolation was hardly uncommon. Yet Richardson found himself counting the days since they had last exchanged signals with another vessel. 5. Perhaps 6. He could not remember with certainty. Time aboard ship had begun blending together in ways that only long voyages could produce. Breakfast arrived with the comforting familiarity that had become part of life aboard the Mary Celeste. Coffee, hard biscuits, salted meat. Fresh bread had long since disappeared. No one complained. Experienced sailors never expected luxury beyond the reach of land. Sophia carried her little wooden bird to the table, placing it carefully beside her plate before climbing into her chair. Benjamin watched her with quiet affection. Children possessed a remarkable ability to transform even the smallest spaces into homes. The captain's cabin had become less like an office and more like a family dining room because of her presence. Outside its walls waited thousands of miles of indifferent ocean. Inside lived ordinary happiness. It was the kind of happiness history almost never records. After breakfast, Sarah remained on deck with a book resting upon her lap. She read only a few pages before closing it again. The sea distracted her. She had crossed the Atlantic often enough to recognize its changing moods. Today, the water seemed unusually smooth, despite the steady breeze. Not calm. Simply ordered. The waves moved with curious regularity, rising and falling in long parallel lines that stretched toward every horizon. She mentioned the observation to Benjamin. He studied the sea for several moments. "I've seen it before." "Where?" He thought for a moment. "Near the coast of Portugal." "Does it mean anything?" "Only that currents are meeting somewhere beneath us." His explanation satisfied her. It satisfied him as well. Deep beneath the Brigantine, unseen rivers flowed through the Atlantic with astonishing power. Warm water met cold. Ancient currents crossed one another in slow, invisible highways that had existed long before the first human sail touched the sea. Scientists understood only fragments of their behavior. Sailors understood even less. Most accepted the simple truth that the ocean possessed its own hidden geography. Maps described only the surface. Near midday, one of the crew called down from the foremast. "Something off the port bow." Several men looked up immediately. Captain Briggs accepted the spyglass. For nearly half a minute, he studied the distant object without speaking. Finally, he lowered the glass. Driftwood. Nothing more. Perhaps part of an old mast. Perhaps the remains of some forgotten fishing boat carried westward for months by changing currents. The object floated alone upon the Atlantic until the Mary Celeste gradually left it behind. No one spared it another glance. Had they sailed a little closer, they might have noticed faded iron fittings still attached to the weathered timber. Or the marks left by tools fashioned decades before. Or the tiny cluster of barnacles that suggested it had drifted across more ocean than any man aboard had yet traveled in his lifetime. The Atlantic rarely returned what it claimed. When it did, the gifts were seldom complete. By late afternoon, the wind freshened once more. Canvas bellied proudly overhead. The brigantine answered with renewed speed. Captain Briggs estimated that they were making excellent time. If fortune continued smiling upon them, they would soon approach the waters surrounding the Azores. That evening, Richardson supervised another routine inspection before darkness settled across the sea. He stopped briefly beside the ship's bell. The polished brass reflected the fading sunlight beautifully. Almost without thinking, he reached out and touched it. Cold, far colder than the evening air. He frowned. Metal cooled quickly after sunset. There was nothing unusual about that. Still, he rubbed the surface with his thumb before continuing his rounds. Several minutes later, the bell rang to mark the changing watch. Its clear tone drifted across the Atlantic before slowly disappearing into the vast silence beyond the ship. No echo returned. Only the sea answered. As the last light faded from the western horizon, Captain Briggs completed another entry in his log. He paused before closing the book. The pages behind him contained nothing except ordinary days. Good weather, steady progress, healthy crew, safe cargo. He smiled faintly. A dull logbook, he often believed, was the finest compliment any captain could receive. He extinguished the lamp. Outside, the Atlantic welcomed another night. And far beyond the reach of every eye aboard the Mary Celeste, where sea and darkness became indistinguishable from one another, another current quietly crossed their path. Unlike the currents charted by navigators, this one carried no water. It carried stories, forgotten names, broken promises, and memories the ocean had refused to surrender. The crew of the Mary Celeste did not know it, but before another sunrise, the sea would begin asking questions that no chart, no compass, and no captain would ever be able to answer. Night settled over the Atlantic with remarkable gentleness. There was no dramatic sunset lingering on the horizon, no threatening wall of clouds, no distant flashes of lightning. The daylight simply faded until the sea and sky became different shades of the same darkness. For sailors of the 19th century, darkness transformed the ocean into an entirely different world. During the day, distance could be measured. A man could estimate the height of the waves, judge the strength of the wind, and identify another vessel many miles away. At night, nearly all of those certainties disappeared. The sea became something to be heard more than seen. Captain Briggs had often told younger officers that the greatest danger after sunset was not poor visibility. It was imagination. The human mind, he once wrote in a private letter, has a remarkable talent for inventing dangers when given too little information. It was advice Richardson remembered well. As first mate, he encouraged the crew to rely upon observation rather than assumption. If a sound could not be identified, they listened again. If a shape appeared upon the horizon, they watched until it either revealed itself or vanished. Guesswork had no place aboard a well-commanded ship. The Mary Celeste had earned a reputation for discipline because Captain Briggs believed uncertainty should never become panic. That belief would soon be tested. The first watch passed quietly. The sea remained calm enough that even the youngest sailors relaxed into the familiar rhythm of the voyage. The helmsman maintained a steady course while the lookout swept the horizon at regular intervals. Nothing interrupted the darkness. No mast, no sail. No distant lantern, only stars. thousands upon thousands of stars. Without the glow of cities, the heavens revealed themselves with astonishing clarity. The Milky Way stretched overhead like a pale river, flowing from one horizon to the other. Many sailors believed they could navigate forever beneath such skies. The stars had guided mariners long before the invention of accurate chronometers. They remained the most faithful companions a captain could ask for, or so Benjamin Briggs believed. Just after the middle watch began, Gottlieb relieved another sailor near the bow. The younger man wrapped his coat more tightly around himself as the night air grew colder. Winter was approaching. Even the Atlantic seemed to breathe differently. He leaned briefly against the rail and watched the ship's bow divide the moonlit water into two endless streams of silver. The sight usually brought him comfort. Tonight, it did not. Something caught his attention. Not ahead. Not behind. Beneath. For only an instant, he thought he saw another line moving through the water. It traveled parallel to the hull, several yards away, remaining just beneath the surface. Too straight to be a wave. Too smooth to be drifting seaweed. He blinked. The shape disappeared. Gottlieb continued watching for another full minute. Nothing returned. He smiled uneasily. The moon often played tricks upon tired eyes. Every experienced sailor knew that reflections could transform perfectly ordinary waves into impossible illusions. He told himself exactly that. Then he resumed walking. Several hours later, Richardson climbed onto the quarterdeck to check the progress of the watch. The wind had freshened slightly. The Mary Celeste continued making excellent speed. Everything appeared in order. As he turned to leave, the lookout called softly from above. "Sir." Richardson looked upward. "What is it?" "I thought I saw a light." "Where?" The lookout pointed toward the eastern horizon. Richardson accepted the spyglass. He studied the darkness carefully. Nothing. No lantern. No lighthouse. No ship. Only stars resting upon the distant horizon until sea and sky became impossible to separate. "I don't see it." "Neither do I now." Richardson lowered the glass. "Probably a star near the horizon." "Yes, sir." The explanation satisfied them both. Stars often appeared to flicker strangely above moving water. Countless sailors had mistaken them for distant vessels before realizing their error. The incident lasted less than 2 minutes. It was never entered into the logbook. Below deck, Captain Briggs stirred briefly in his sleep. He rarely dreamed while at sea. Years of disciplined routine had taught his mind to rest deeply whenever circumstances permitted. Tonight proved different. He found himself standing upon the deck of a ship he did not recognize. The sea around him was perfectly still. Not a single wave disturbed the water. No wind touched the sails. No voices echoed across the deck. The vessel drifted through absolute silence. He called for Richardson. No answer. He called for Sarah. Only silence. Then, somewhere beyond the bow, a ship's bell rang once. A single clear note. Benjamin turned toward the sound. There was nothing there. He woke immediately. For several seconds he remained perfectly still inside his cabin. The Mary Celeste creaked softly around him. Canvas shifted overhead. Water whispered against the hull. Everything sounded exactly as it should. He reached for his pocket watch. Nearly 4 in the morning. Too early to rise. He lay awake another minute before quietly laughing at himself. Dreams required no explanation, especially aboard ships. He closed his eyes once more. He closed his eyes once more. Sleep returned quickly. When dawn finally broke, no one aboard mentioned restless dreams. No one spoke of strange reflections beneath the water. No one discussed lights that vanished before another pair of eyes could confirm them. Each incident remained private. Each explanation remained reasonable. That was the remarkable thing about the first signs of the unknown. They almost always resembled ordinary life. History often encourages us to imagine that great mysteries begin with extraordinary events. In truth, They usually begin with moments too small to deserve remembering. A forgotten dream, a passing reflection, a distant light mistaken for a star. Individually, they become nothing. Together, they begin changing the way people look at the world around them. The morning sun climbed steadily into a cloudless sky. Captain Briggs emerged from his cabin, refreshed and optimistic. His first observation confirmed another successful night's progress. The Mary Celeste had covered an excellent distance. Europe was drawing closer. The Azores now lay well within the captain's calculations. He closed the sextant with quiet satisfaction. "Another good day," he said. Richardson nodded. "I believe we've earned one." Neither man realized that somewhere beyond the eastern horizon, hidden beyond the limits of sight, another captain had begun writing in his own logbook that very same morning. His ship sailed a different course. His cargo was entirely different. His destination lay elsewhere. Yet fate, indifferent to the plans of both men, had already begun drawing their voyages toward the same story. One vessel still carried every soul aboard. The other would soon become the only witness left to tell the world that something had gone terribly wrong upon the Mary Celeste. The sea already knew which ship it would choose. The men aboard did not. The day unfolded with such remarkable calm that even the oldest members of the crew began speaking openly about reaching Europe ahead of schedule. Captain Briggs did not encourage optimism. He had spent too many years at sea to celebrate a voyage before its final harbor came into view. Still, he could not deny the evidence before him. The wind remained favorable. The rigging held beautifully. The Mary Celeste answered every adjustment of the helm with graceful precision. She seemed almost eager to continue eastward. After completing the morning observations, Briggs entered the latest figures into the logbook. He paused briefly over the final line before closing the cover. There had been nothing unusual to report for days. A captain could spend his entire career hoping for such monotony. Outside, Richardson had assigned 2 sailors to inspect the foremast once again. The examination revealed only the ordinary wear expected after several hundred miles at sea. One block required a little grease. A length of running rigging was replaced before it could fray further. Routine maintenance, the sort of work that kept ships alive. Life aboard a merchant brigantine depended less upon dramatic acts of courage than upon hundreds of careful decisions repeated every single day. Sophia spent much of the afternoon sitting beside her mother beneath the shade of a neatly folded sail. Sarah read aloud from a small book, while the child occasionally interrupted with questions about places she had never seen. "What is Italy like?" Sarah smiled. "It smells different." Sophia frowned. "Different how?" "Like warm stone after the rain. And flowers." Benjamin, passing nearby, laughed quietly. "I was going to say vineyards." Sarah looked at him. "That too." The little family continued talking while the Atlantic rolled endlessly around them. For a few precious minutes, the Mary Celeste no longer felt like a merchant vessel crossing one of the world's largest oceans. She felt like home. It is often difficult to remember that every famous tragedy was once filled with ordinary happiness. People laughed. They planned for the future. They imagined tomorrow, without knowing how little of it remained. Toward late afternoon, the wind shifted slightly to the southeast. Captain Briggs adjusted course without hesitation. The correction was small, barely noticeable, yet it placed the Mary Celeste upon a track that would carry her through waters where countless ships had sailed safely before. There was nothing remarkable about the route. Nothing dangerous appeared upon the charts. The Atlantic offered no warning. As evening approached, several seabirds appeared unexpectedly. Their arrival surprised the crew. The nearest land remained many miles beyond the horizon, yet the birds circled the brigantine with unusual persistence before settling briefly upon the yards and rigging. Sophia delighted in watching them. One fearless bird even landed upon the rail only a few feet from her. It remained there for several moments, studying the people aboard with calm black eyes, before lifting silently back into the air. Richardson watched the bird disappear toward the west. "That's unusual," Captain Briggs nodded. "A little. They're heading the wrong way." "So they are." Neither man considered the observation especially important. Birds often followed instincts no human fully understood. Perhaps they hunted. Perhaps they rested. Perhaps they had simply become disoriented. Nature rarely explained herself. Sunset painted the Atlantic with broad ribbons of copper and crimson. The sea reflected every color until the brigantine seemed to sail through molten metal. Even Volkert Lorenzen paused beside the rail. "I've never trusted beautiful sunsets," he murmured. A nearby sailor overheard him. "Why not?" The old Dane smiled faintly. "Because they make you forget how large the night really is." Darkness arrived slowly. One lantern after another illuminated the deck. The watch changed. Voices grew quieter. Somewhere below, Sarah tucked Sophia into her bunk. Captain Briggs remained alone near the stern for a few minutes longer. He looked back along the fading wake. Every ship leaves two journeys behind her, one across the sea, the other across time. The first disappears within minutes. The second can survive for centuries. He could not have known that generations yet unborn would study that invisible wake more carefully than any voyage he had ever commanded. Above him, the first stars emerged. He recognized them immediately. They had become trusted companions after decades upon the ocean. Their positions never surprised him. Their certainty comforted him. Then he noticed something so slight that he almost dismissed it before the thought fully formed. One familiar star seemed dimmer, not gone, only softer. He blinked and looked again. The star shone normally. A thin layer of high cloud, he decided. Nothing more. He smiled at himself. Even seasoned navigators occasionally questioned perfectly ordinary things after enough nights beneath open skies. He descended toward his cabin. The watch continued without interruption. Hours passed peacefully. Near midnight, the Mary Celeste entered a region where the sea became astonishingly smooth. The wind remained steady. The sails remained full. Yet the waves seemed strangely subdued, as though some invisible hand had pressed gently upon the surface of the Atlantic. The helmsman noticed first. "So calm." Another sailor nodded. "I've never seen her like this." The ocean appeared almost polished beneath the moonlight. Not lifeless, simply restrained. Water slipped quietly along the hull, without the familiar bursts of white foam usually created by a ship making good speed. Richardson stepped to the rail. He watched carefully. Everything behaved exactly as physics suggested it should, and yet the scene felt subtly incomplete. He found himself listening. For what? He could not have said. The creaking timbers sounded unchanged. The rigging whispered overhead. The rudder answered faithfully beneath the stern. Nothing was missing. Nothing was wrong. Still, the first mate remained at the rail longer than necessary. At last he shook his head. Fatigue, he decided. Long voyages had a curious habit of sharpening the imagination. He resumed his rounds. Behind the Mary Celeste, the wake stretched into the darkness before slowly dissolving into perfectly calm water. For just a heartbeat, where the last trace of disturbed sea faded into blackness, something interrupted the reflection of the moon. A narrow shadow, too distant to identify, too brief to examine. When Richardson glanced back a second time, it had disappeared completely. Had anyone asked him about it the following morning, he would have answered honestly. It was probably nothing. He would have believed those words. Because reason still governed every thought aboard the Mary Celeste. Reason always speaks with confidence. The unknown does not. It waits. Patiently. Until confidence begins asking questions of its own. The final watch before dawn usually belonged to the quietest hours of any voyage. Men spoke only when necessary. Orders were given in low voices. Even the ship herself seemed to settle into a slower rhythm, as though conserving her strength until daylight returned. On this particular night, Captain Briggs awoke only once, not because of a sound, not because of a dream. He simply opened his eyes with the curious certainty that something had changed. For several moments he remained motionless inside the darkness of his cabin. The familiar chorus of the Mary Celeste surrounded him, the muted groan of oak timbers, the gentle pull of rigging above, the steady whisper of water slipping past the hull. Nothing seemed different, and yet, he reached for his pocket watch. A habit, nothing more. The hands showed just after 3 o'clock. Briggs listened another few moments before quietly smiling to himself. Years at sea had trained his senses to notice the smallest variations in a vessel's behavior. Sometimes those instincts proved invaluable. Sometimes they merely interrupted an otherwise peaceful night's sleep. He closed his eyes once again. By first light he was already on deck. The eastern horizon glowed with pale silver, while the last stars faded one after another. Richardson joined him, carrying the previous night's watch notes. "Nothing to report, Captain." Briggs accepted the notebook and read through the brief entries. "Course maintained. Wind moderate. Sea slight. Visibility good. Exactly the report every captain hoped to receive." He handed the notebook back without comment. A short time later, the morning observations began. The sextant caught the rising sun with practiced precision, while Briggs completed another careful series of calculations. He checked them once, then again. His expression remained unchanged. Richardson noticed anyway. "Something wrong?" Briggs remained silent for another moment before answering. "I believe I made an error." "You?" "I hope so." He returned to the navigation table inside his cabin and repeated every calculation from the beginning. Latitude, estimated longitude, time correction, chronometer, variation, deviation. Every figure aligned almost perfectly. Yet one value remained slightly different from what he had expected. Not dramatically. Only enough to suggest that the Mary Celeste had traveled a little farther overnight than her average speed should have allowed. Richardson studied the numbers. A stronger current? Possibly. It wouldn't be the first time. No. Briggs closed the notebook. It wouldn't. Powerful ocean currents frequently assisted or delayed sailing ships by several miles without the crew ever noticing. The explanation was entirely reasonable. The captain entered the revised position into the logbook. Matter concluded. Still, after leaving the cabin, he found himself looking over the side for longer than usual. The Atlantic revealed nothing. Only dark blue water sliding endlessly beneath the hull. The remainder of the morning passed without interruption. The crew repaired a section of worn canvas. Sarah continued reading while Sophia proudly introduced her wooden bird to every sailor willing to admire it. Laughter drifted across the deck once more. The Mary Celeste seemed wonderfully alive. Had another merchant captain encountered her that afternoon, he would have seen a disciplined crew aboard a healthy ship, commanded by an experienced master. Nothing less. Nothing more. Late in the day, Volkert Lorenzen paused beside the starboard rail while coiling a length of rope. Without warning, he noticed something floating several hundred yards away. It was not driftwood. Nor was it another bottle. It appeared to be a length of weathered timber standing almost upright in the water. Only a few feet remained above the surface. It resembled the broken top of an old mast. He watched it drift slowly past. The current carried it away without ever bringing it close enough for a better look. Richardson happened to glance in the same direction. "What is it?" Lorenzen shrugged. "Probably part of a wreck. There have been plenty." The first mate nodded. The Atlantic contained the remains of thousands of ships. Some had disappeared in storms. Others had burned. Others simply vanished from history until fragments of them occasionally resurfaced years later. Nothing about the drifting timber seemed extraordinary, yet Lorenzen continued watching until it disappeared beyond the horizon. He could not explain why. Something about its lonely silhouette lingered in his thoughts. As evening settled over the ocean once again, Captain Briggs completed the final entry of the day. His handwriting remained calm and deliberate. The words described favorable weather, steady winds, and excellent progress toward the Azores. Another uneventful day. He blotted the ink, closed the logbook, and extinguished the lamp. Outside, the first stars emerged above the Atlantic. One by one, lanterns illuminated the deck. The watch changed. The Mary Celeste sailed onward into another peaceful night. No one aboard realized that, according to later investigations, they were now approaching the final series of confirmed entries that history would ever receive from Captain Benjamin Briggs. Everything after this point would become speculation. Every decision would become a theory. Every silence would become an argument. The written record was slowly coming to an end. The legend was only beginning. And somewhere ahead, beyond the empty horizon and hidden beneath the same stars that guided every captain across the Atlantic, the sea was preparing to keep a secret so complete that more than a century and a half later, the world would still be trying to answer a question that had not yet been asked. What could persuade an experienced captain to abandon a perfectly seaworthy ship? The Atlantic already held the answer. She simply had no intention of giving it away. Every mystery has a moment when it quietly stops being a collection of coincidences. No one recognizes that moment while it is happening. Only later, after everything has fallen apart, do people look backward and realize they have just crossed an invisible threshold. For the crew of the Mary Celeste, that threshold arrived on a calm autumn morning, several days before the ship would become one of history's greatest maritime mysteries. The sunrise was beautiful. A broad band of amber spread across the eastern horizon, while the Atlantic reflected the growing light like polished bronze. The wind remained steady from the northwest, filling the brigantine's canvas with effortless grace. Captain Benjamin Briggs completed his morning observations with the same confidence that had accompanied him throughout the voyage. The figures agreed. The chronometer agreed. The compass remained true. Nothing in mathematics suggested that the day would differ from those before it. After recording the latest position in the logbook, Briggs stepped onto the quarterdeck and breathed deeply. The air felt colder than yesterday. Not dramatically, just enough to remind him that November had tightened its grip upon the North Atlantic. Richardson joined him, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. Another fine morning. Briggs accepted the cup with a grateful nod. If the weather continues like this, we'll have little to complain about. Richardson smiled. Sailors would complain even in paradise. I've known several. Their quiet laughter drifted across the deck. Below them, the crew had already begun another day of familiar work. Lines were inspected. Canvas was adjusted. The deck was scrubbed with seawater until the weathered planks shone beneath the rising sun. Routine gave structure to long voyages. Without it, days dissolved into one another, until time itself became difficult to measure. Around mid-morning, Volkert Lorenzen climbed into the foremast shrouds to examine a section of rigging that had begun squeaking during the previous night. From halfway up the mast, he enjoyed an uninterrupted view across the Atlantic. Sea met sky in every direction. Nothing unusual. Then he frowned. Far to the southeast, resting directly upon the horizon, lay what appeared to be a narrow ribbon of white. Not clouds. Not waves. Something lower. He watched it for several moments before calling down. Captain. Benjamin Briggs looked upward. Yes? I think there's fog ahead. Briggs accepted the spyglass. The old sailor climbed back to the deck, while the captain carefully examined the distant horizon. Lorenzen had been correct. A long bank of pale mist stretched across the sea. It appeared thin enough that Briggs felt no immediate concern. Fog was common enough during Atlantic crossings. Still, something about it held his attention. He lowered the glass. Interesting. Richardson looked toward the same horizon. It doesn't seem to be moving. No, it should be. Captain Briggs nodded slowly. Fog rarely remained perfectly still. Wind pushed it. Currents carried it. Even the gentlest breeze usually altered its shape within minutes. Yet this distant veil appeared almost motionless. "It may simply be farther away than it looks," Briggs said. A trick of perspective, perhaps. The explanation satisfied both men. Experience had taught them never to build mysteries where ordinary answers already existed. The Mary Celeste continued steadily eastward. Hour by hour, the strange bank of mist remained visible. It neither approached nor retreated. Instead, it seemed to wait. By noon, the captain checked again. The distance had finally begun to close. Slowly, very slowly, enough to confirm that it had indeed been far beyond the horizon earlier that morning. Even so, Briggs found the sight oddly fascinating. The fog possessed remarkably straight edges. Nature rarely favored such precision. Still, unusual did not mean impossible. The Atlantic had surprised him countless times throughout his career. This would simply become another story told in some harbor tavern after the voyage. After lunch, Sarah brought Sophia onto the deck to enjoy the unusually calm afternoon. The little girl pointed excitedly toward the pale ribbon ahead. "Is that land?" Benjamin smiled. "No. It looks like it. Many things at sea do."
Sea?
Sophia studied the distant whiteness for another moment. "It looks like a wall." Her father laughed gently. "I hope not." Neither of them realized how strangely those words would sound in memory. By late afternoon, the fog occupied nearly half the eastern horizon. Yet the wind aboard the Mary Celeste never changed. That was the first detail Richardson found difficult to ignore. He climbed onto the rail for a better look. The sails remained full. The pennant at the masthead fluttered confidently. Normally, approaching fog carried damp, shifting air. This one did not. It simply waited beneath perfectly favorable sailing conditions. Richardson turned toward the captain. "I've never seen fog sit so quietly." Briggs remained silent. Neither had he. For the first time since leaving New York, he chose not to answer immediately. Instead, he raised the spyglass once more. The mist appeared almost luminous beneath the afternoon sun, not glowing, simply brighter than it should have been. He lowered the glass again. "We'll keep our course." Richardson nodded. There was no reason to do otherwise. Not yet. As sunset approached, the Mary Celeste had drawn close enough for individual folds within the fog bank to become visible. It stretched from north to south, farther than anyone could see. The edges remained astonishingly smooth. The wind still refused to acknowledge its existence. One by one, conversations aboard the brigantine began turning toward the strange formation. No one sounded frightened, only curious. Curiosity, Captain Briggs believed, was far healthier than fear. He hoped it would remain that way. When darkness finally settled across the Atlantic, the pale wall ahead did not disappear. Instead, beneath the rising moon, it became even more distinct. It hovered above the sea like a silent shoreline, where no shoreline should have existed. Captain Briggs stood alone at the bow for several minutes, watching it in thoughtful silence. He had spent nearly his entire life upon the ocean. He trusted experience. He trusted reason. He trusted the charts folded carefully inside his cabin. Yet for the first time during the voyage, he found himself looking at something the sea offered without immediately understanding it. Behind him, the Mary Celeste sailed onward with complete confidence. Ahead, the fog waited, perfectly still, as though it already knew exactly where the brigantine would be by tomorrow morning. Captain Briggs remained at the bow until the first chill of the evening forced him to pull his coat tighter around his shoulders. The fog showed no sign of changing. It neither drifted with the wind nor spread across the surrounding sea. It simply existed, suspended above the Atlantic with an almost unnatural sense of stillness. He finally lowered the spyglass. "Mr. Richardson." The first mate approached immediately. "Captain, I want an extra lookout after midnight." Richardson looked toward the distant whiteness. "You believe we'll enter it before dawn?" I believe we may. You expect reduced visibility. I expect the sea to behave as the sea always does. Richardson smiled faintly. And if it doesn't? Briggs returned the smile. Then we'll adapt. That answer reflected the philosophy by which Benjamin Briggs had commanded every vessel entrusted to him. The ocean never promised certainty. It rewarded preparation instead. The order was passed quietly. No alarm spread through the crew. No whispered rumors filled the deck. To experienced sailors, posting an additional lookout near fog required no explanation. It was simply good seamanship. After supper, Sarah joined her husband beneath the stars. Sophia had already fallen asleep below. For several minutes they watched the pale barrier resting upon the eastern horizon. "It almost looks beautiful," Sarah said. "It does. You don't seem convinced." Briggs considered his answer carefully. "Beauty at sea deserves respect. You've said that before." "I've had many opportunities to learn it." Sarah slipped her hand into his. "You're worried. A little. About the fog?" "No." He continued watching the horizon. "I'm worried because I can't explain why it bothers me." Sarah understood immediately. During all their years together, she had learned to distinguish between the worries of an ordinary sailor and the instincts of an experienced captain. Benjamin Briggs was not a superstitious man. He trusted evidence, measurements, observation. When something unsettled him despite the absence of evidence, she knew he took the feeling seriously. Still, neither of them spoke further. Sometimes silence carried more comfort than reassurance. Near midnight, the moon climbed high enough to illuminate the ocean with remarkable clarity. The fog remained visible, closer now. Much closer. Its lower edge appeared to rest directly upon the water without blending into it. Richardson had seen countless banks of mist during his years at sea. They usually shifted constantly, opening and closing like slow-moving curtains. This one seemed strangely complete, as though every fold had already settled into its final place. The extra lookout climbed into the foremast with a lantern carefully shielded from the wind. From that height he could see nearly twice as far as the men below. For more than an hour he reported nothing unusual. Then, shortly after 1 o'clock, his voice drifted softly down through the darkness. "Captain." Briggs emerged almost immediately from the quarterdeck. "What do you have?" "I believe there's a ship." Every man on watch turned instinctively toward the horizon. Richardson raised the spyglass. "Where?" "Just left of the fog." The first mate searched carefully. For several long moments he saw nothing. Then, perhaps, a tiny point of light, so faint that it disappeared whenever the ship rolled. He adjusted the focus. The light vanished. He waited. It appeared again. "Do you see it?" Briggs asked quietly. "I think I do." The captain accepted the glass. His eyes remained fixed upon the same point. 1 minute passed. Then another. Finally he lowered the instrument. "I cannot be certain. Neither can I." The lookout called down once more. It disappeared. Richardson searched again. Nothing. Only stars resting near the horizon. Captain Briggs looked upward. The sky remained perfectly clear. If another vessel truly occupied those waters, its masthead light should have remained visible. Instead, there was only darkness. "It may have been a star," Richardson offered. "It may." Briggs spoke calmly, but he did not immediately return below. Instead, he remained watching the horizon for nearly half an hour. Nothing else appeared. Eventually he nodded. "Maintain course." "Aye, Captain." The night resumed its quiet rhythm. Yet conversation aboard the watch became noticeably less frequent. Not because anyone believed they had witnessed something impossible, rather because each man privately wondered whether he had truly seen anything at all. There are few experiences more unsettling than uncertainty shared by several people. One imagination can be dismissed. 5 become more difficult to explain. Just before dawn, the temperature dropped sharply. The change came within minutes. One sailor remarked that he could suddenly see his own breath. Another rubbed frost from the polished brass of the binnacle. Captain Briggs frowned. The sea remained too warm for such a rapid cooling. He checked the thermometer himself. It confirmed what every man already felt. The air had become markedly colder. Then, almost as quickly as it had arrived, the cold faded. Within 15 minutes, the temperature returned to normal. No wind accompanied the change. No rain followed. Nothing else happened. Richardson looked toward the captain. That was unusual. Briggs nodded. Yes. A current? Perhaps. Again, reason offered an explanation. Again, reason seemed just sufficient enough to satisfy. When sunrise finally painted the Atlantic in shades of gold, the fog remained ahead. Only now it no longer seemed distant. The Mary Celeste had spent the entire night sailing toward it, and yet somehow it still waited just beyond reach. Captain Briggs unfolded the chart once more. According to every calculation, they should have covered enough distance to pass through the edge of the formation before dawn. Instead, the pale wall continued floating ahead of them, exactly where it had been the evening before. Not closer, not farther, simply waiting. For the first time since departing New York, Benjamin Briggs checked his calculations 3 separate times before closing the chart. Each answer remained the same. Each answer insisted the ship was exactly where it should be. The sea, however, seemed quietly suggesting something altogether different, and somewhere beyond that silent curtain of mist, hidden from every telescope aboard the Mary Celeste, another vessel had already altered her course. Her captain had seen the same fog during the night. Unlike Benjamin Briggs, he had decided not to sail toward it. Captain Briggs stood silently with the folded chart in his hands. For the first time since leaving New York, 2 different truths appeared to exist at once. His instruments insisted that the voyage remained perfectly ordinary. His eyes suggested otherwise. Neither could be dismissed. Neither could yet prove the other wrong. He slipped the chart back into its leather case and turned toward Richardson. Reduce nothing. The first mate looked surprised. You wish to maintain full sail? I do. The fog? If it is ordinary fog, we lose nothing by continuing. And if it is not? Briggs rested one hand upon the rail. Then we are about to learn something. Richardson nodded without another word. The order was carried out immediately. The Mary Celeste continued eastward, with every sail drawing cleanly in the cool morning wind. The crew resumed their duties. Lines were coiled. Canvas was checked. Breakfast was served. Life aboard the brigantine moved forward with reassuring familiarity. Yet the conversation had changed. No one spoke loudly anymore. The fog had become the subject that quietly occupied every mind on board. Some men glanced toward it every few minutes. Others deliberately avoided looking at it at all. Volkert Lorenzen eventually broke the silence while helping Gottlieb secure a loose section of rigging. I sailed these waters 23 years ago. Gottlieb looked up. Near the Azores? The old sailor nodded. We met fog then. The same kind? Lorenzen considered the question. No. What was different? The sea moved. He pointed toward the distant white barrier. This one feels like it is waiting. The younger sailor laughed uneasily. Fog doesn't wait. No. It drifts. Exactly. Neither man spoke again. Around midday, Captain Briggs ordered another series of celestial observations. The sky remained perfectly clear. There could be no better conditions for navigation. He measured the sun's position with the practiced confidence of a man who had repeated the process thousands of times throughout his career. Richardson performed the calculations independently. When they compared results inside the captain's cabin, both men reached exactly the same conclusion. Their position was correct. The mathematics remained flawless. The Mary Celeste should have entered the outer edge of the fog nearly 2 hours earlier. Instead, sunlight continued shining unobstructed across the deck. Briggs looked toward the open cabin door. The pale curtain still rested upon the eastern horizon, exactly where it had been all morning. He slowly closed the notebook. I dislike problems that refuse to become numbers. Richardson smiled faintly. I've heard you say that before, and every time I've said it, I have eventually found the number. This time, Benjamin Briggs did not answer immediately. I'm beginning to wonder whether I am asking the wrong question. Outside, Sarah noticed several seabirds circling the ship once again. Unlike the previous flock, these birds never landed. They flew in wide circles above the masts for nearly 15 minutes before abruptly turning west. All at once, every bird changed direction in the same instant. No cry announced the movement. No visible predator disturbed them. One moment they circled overhead. The next, they were gone. Sophia watched until the last white wings disappeared beyond the horizon. They forgot us. Sarah smiled. Perhaps they remembered somewhere else. The answer satisfied the child. It did not satisfy Sarah. She had watched birds around ships for years. She had never seen an entire flock depart with such perfect unity. Even nature seemed unusually disciplined today. By late afternoon, another curious discovery unsettled the crew. The sea had become extraordinarily quiet. Not calm, quiet. Richardson realized it first. He paused beside the bow and listened carefully. Normally, a vessel making good speed produced a constant chorus of sounds. Foam breaking along the hull, water rushing beneath the bow, tiny waves slapping against the planks. Today, those familiar voices seemed strangely muted. The Mary Celeste continued moving at nearly the same speed. Yet she sounded as though she were gliding across polished glass. Richardson called Captain Briggs. The two men stood together without speaking. Finally, Briggs nodded. I hear it. What causes it? I don't know. It was the first time during the voyage that Richardson had heard those words from his captain. Not because Briggs lacked knowledge, because he refused to invent explanations simply to comfort himself. I don't know. 3 honest words. Sometimes they carry more weight than certainty. The captain bent over the rail and watched the water flowing beneath the hull. Everything appeared normal. White foam curled away exactly as expected. The wake stretched neatly behind the brigantine. Nothing visible explained the silence. He straightened slowly. Post another man at the bow. You expect danger? I expect observation. The additional lookout took his position before sunset. As darkness approached, the fog ahead began changing color. Not dramatically, only enough for careful eyes to notice. The brilliant white slowly faded into pale silver beneath the evening sky. Then silver became faint blue. When the first stars appeared, the entire formation reflected the moonlight, with a strange softness unlike any ordinary mist Benjamin Briggs had ever encountered. He raised the spyglass one final time. For several seconds, he believed he could distinguish movement deep within the fog. A darker shape, vertical, almost like a mast. He adjusted the focus. The shape dissolved immediately. Nothing remained except folds of pale mist. Captain Briggs lowered the glass without speaking. He had seen enough illusions at sea to distrust any single observation. Tomorrow, he decided. If the object remained tomorrow, then it deserved attention. If not, it belonged to the countless tricks of light that every navigator eventually learned to ignore. He turned away. Behind him, unnoticed by everyone aboard, the fog slowly expanded. Not toward the Mary Celeste, around her, so gradually that no human eye could have detected the movement, mile by mile, minute by minute, like a patient tide that had no need to hurry. Because it already knew that before another sunset, there would be no empty horizon left for Captain Benjamin Briggs to measure. No one aboard the Mary Celeste realized that the horizon itself had begun to disappear. Not because the fog had become thicker, not because darkness concealed the sea, but because the human eye depends upon contrast. As the pale mist slowly widened around the brigantine, the sharp line separating ocean from sky began fading until it no longer appeared perfectly distinct. The change happened so gradually that every sailor accepted it without question. Captain Briggs did not. Just before the evening watch officially began, he walked alone to the bow, carrying only his spyglass and notebook. He remained there for nearly 20 minutes. He looked north, then south, then directly astern. Finally, he closed the notebook without writing a single word. Richardson approached quietly. Still thinking about the fog, Briggs nodded. "I've been trying to decide what troubles me most. The visibility? No. The strange currents? No." Richardson waited. Benjamin rested both hands upon the rail. "I cannot find the edge." The first mate frowned. "The edge? Every bank of fog has one." He pointed toward the pale horizon. "You enter it. You leave it. You sail around it. This one." His voice faded. Richardson slowly understood. Throughout the entire day, although the brigantine had covered many miles, the formation had never revealed where it truly began or ended. It simply remained ahead, almost perfectly distant, as though distance itself had become fixed. The thought lingered between them. Neither man wished to say it aloud. Fortunately, neither needed to. Reason still offered many possible explanations. An unusual atmospheric inversion. Layers of warm and cold air bending the light. A distant marine haze appearing closer than it truly was. Every explanation remained plausible. None felt complete. The evening meal passed more quietly than any before it. Even Sophia seemed unusually thoughtful. She ate without complaint, occasionally looking toward the cabin windows whenever the ship rolled. Sarah noticed. "What are you watching?" "The White Sea." Sarah smiled gently. "You mean the fog?" Sophia shook her head. "It isn't the same." Children often describe the world with surprising honesty. Adults usually translate those descriptions into something more familiar. And Sarah kissed her daughter's forehead. "It will be gone soon." She believed every word. Above them, the ship's bell announced the changing watch. Its clear voice carried across the Atlantic before disappearing into the growing silence. Then something happened that none of the crew expected. The wind stopped. Not gradually, not over the course of an hour. Within moments. The sails relaxed. The rigging ceased its gentle whispering. Loose lines hung almost motionless against the masts. Yet the Mary Celeste continued moving. Slowly, steadily, forward. Richardson looked instinctively toward the sea. There was no swell powerful enough to explain the motion. Captain Briggs checked the telltales hanging from the rigging. They drooped almost straight downward. "No wind," Gottlieb murmured. "And we're still making way." Briggs gave no answer. Instead, he leaned over the rail. The water continued slipping past the hull. Not rapidly, but undeniably. He turned toward Richardson. "Take the log." Within minutes, the first mate lowered the chip log into the sea to estimate the vessel's speed. The measurement took only a short time. When Richardson completed the calculation, he looked at the captain with visible confusion. 3 knots. Benjamin Briggs held out his hand. The figures were correct. The Mary Celeste continued advancing at nearly 3 knots, despite the complete absence of wind. Neither man spoke immediately. Ocean currents could indeed move a sailing vessel, but currents strong enough to produce such speed usually revealed themselves through rough or confused water. Tonight, the Atlantic looked almost perfectly smooth. At last, Briggs folded the paper. "Record the observation." No explanation? Not yet. That answer spread quietly through the crew. No panic followed. Only curiosity. Even the oldest sailors admitted they had seen stranger currents during long voyages. The sea still behaved within the boundaries of possibility, only just. As full darkness embraced the Atlantic, the moon rose through a perfectly clear sky. Its pale light fell across the motionless sails. Below them, the Mary Celeste continued gliding eastward. Not driven by wind, not under tow, simply moving. Volkert Lorenzen stood near the stern watching the wake. It appeared unusually narrow, almost delicate. He could not explain why that troubled him. A vessel making 3 knots should have left a broader trail behind. Instead, the disturbed water vanished almost immediately after passing the rudder. As though the Atlantic wished to erase every sign that the brigantine had ever crossed its surface. He rubbed his tired eyes. Perhaps fatigue had finally begun playing tricks upon him. He looked again. The wake appeared perfectly ordinary. He smiled to himself. Long voyages demanded caution not only from the body, but from the imagination. Still, before returning to his duties, he glanced behind the ship one final time. Far beyond the fading wake, where moonlight dissolved into darkness, he thought he saw the outline of a sail. Only for a heartbeat, only a silhouette. When he blinked, it was gone. He said nothing, because he had learned that the Atlantic often rewarded patience. If another ship truly followed them, daylight would reveal her. If daylight revealed nothing, then the sea had merely borrowed another shape from the night. Above the Mary Celeste, the stars continued shining with serene indifference. Below, hidden beneath thousands of feet of black water, ancient currents flowed through canyons, older than human civilization. The ocean remembered every ship that had crossed her. Every captain, every promise, every grave. And somewhere ahead, beyond the silent curtain of mist that no longer seemed quite as distant as before, another page of history waited to be written. It would not be written in ink. It would be written in absence. Dawn returned without fanfare. The first light spread across the eastern sky in soft shades of silver, slowly revealing the Atlantic once more. Captain Briggs had hoped the rising sun would settle the questions that had followed the ship throughout the previous night. Instead, daylight only made them more difficult to ignore. The wind had returned, light but steady. The canvas once again filled with quiet confidence, as though nothing unusual had happened. Richardson loosened the braces that had been adjusted during the calm. The rigging came alive. Lines tightened. Blocks creaked. The familiar sounds of a working ship returned one after another. Several members of the crew exchanged relieved smiles. Perhaps the strange stillness of the night had been nothing more than an uncommon current after all. The Atlantic had always possessed surprises. Captain Briggs wanted very much to believe that explanation. Before breakfast, he repeated every navigational observation with exceptional care. He compared the chronometer against his pocket watch. He inspected the compass housing for hidden damage. He checked the sextant twice before taking his measurements. When the calculations were complete, he remained standing beside the chart table much longer than usual. Richardson entered quietly. "Captain?" Briggs slid the notebook across the table. "Look at yesterday's position." The first mate studied the figures, then today's. His expression changed almost immediately. "That cannot be right." "No. We've gained too much. Nearly 11 nautical miles." Richardson looked up. "The current? Again?" Benjamin Briggs slowly shook his head. "One current, perhaps? Twice in succession?" He did not finish the sentence. The implication remained between them. The Atlantic certainly contained powerful rivers beneath its surface. But such remarkable assistance, arriving precisely when the wind failed, strained even the generous explanations offered by experience. Briggs folded the chart. "We continue exactly as planned. No alteration?" "Not until I possess evidence." Richardson respected the answer. That was precisely why Benjamin Briggs had earned the confidence of every crewman who sailed under him. He refused to command through fear. He commanded through facts. Outside, the sea looked as innocent as it had on the day they departed New York. Schools of small fish occasionally flashed beneath the bow. A pair of gulls appeared briefly before turning away toward the west. The sunlight sparkled across gentle swells. Nature presented a perfect picture of normality. Only the fog remained. Now it stretched across almost the entire eastern horizon. closer than before, yet somehow still unreachable. Shortly after midday, the lookout called down once again. "Sail ahead." Every head turned instantly. Captain Briggs raised the spyglass. This time there was no uncertainty. A vessel, far beyond the fog. Only the upper section of her rigging remained visible, rising above the pale mist like the branches of a distant tree. Richardson smiled. At last, another ship meant confirmation. Another captain, another set of eyes observing the same sea. Briggs kept the spyglass steady. "She's on an intersecting course. Will we signal?" "If she remains visible." For nearly 20 minutes, the distant vessel continued appearing and disappearing behind folds of white mist. Benjamin Briggs estimated her to be a brig, perhaps slightly smaller than the Mary Celeste. Her sails appeared full, her course steady. Then something unexpected happened. Without changing direction, without reducing sail, without any visible reason, the distant ship slowly vanished. Not into the fog, away from it, as though she had deliberately altered course somewhere beyond the hidden horizon. Richardson lowered his own glass. She turned. "I believe she did." Avoiding the mist, Briggs remained silent. Perhaps. Or perhaps the unseen captain simply followed another destination. It would be foolish to invent motives from so great a distance. Even so, Benjamin Briggs found himself wondering what that unknown mariner had seen from the opposite side of the fog. Whatever the answer, the opportunity to exchange signals had disappeared. The Atlantic once again belonged only to the Mary Celeste. Late that afternoon, as the sun drifted slowly toward the west, Sophia stood beside the rail with her little wooden bird balanced carefully in her hands. She looked toward the fog for a very long time. Finally, she tugged gently at her father's sleeve. "Papa." "Yes?" "Someone is waving." Benjamin smiled without looking up from the chart he carried. "Where?" "In the white." He turned immediately. "There." Sophia pointed toward the center of the mist. Briggs raised the spyglass. Nothing. Only shifting folds of pale vapor, illuminated by the afternoon sun. "What did you see?" "A man." The nearby sailors exchanged quick glances. Sarah knelt beside her daughter. "What did he look like?" Sophia thought carefully. "I couldn't see." "Then how do you know it was a man?" "Because he lifted his arm." Sarah gently brushed a strand of hair from the little girl's face. "The fog can make strange shapes." Sophia nodded. "I know." Then she looked back toward the horizon one last time. He stopped waving. Captain Briggs lowered the spyglass. No expression crossed his face. Children imagined impossible things every day, especially after weeks surrounded by endless sea. Still, without realizing it, he continued watching the same section of fog long after everyone else had returned to work. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. Nothing at all. Yet, for reasons he could neither explain nor justify, Benjamin Briggs made a decision that evening which he had not considered at any point during the voyage. After the sun disappeared beneath the western horizon, he quietly instructed Richardson, "Double the night watch." The first mate looked surprised. "You expect traffic?" "No." "Then why?" Briggs watched the pale wall slowly brightening beneath the rising moon. "I've spent my entire life listening to the sea." He paused. "And tonight?" He looked toward the silent Atlantic. "I would rather have twice as many ears listening with me." That night, for the first time since the Mary Celeste departed New York, sleep would no longer visit every soul aboard the ship equally. Some would rest. Others would remain awake, watching, waiting, listening, though none of them yet understood exactly what they expected the darkness to reveal. By the morning of November 24th, 1872, Captain Benjamin Briggs had stopped asking whether the Atlantic was behaving strangely. Instead, he had begun asking a far more dangerous question. Was the sea changing, or were the people aboard the Mary Celeste changing with it? The distinction mattered. A captain who mistrusted the ocean could still navigate it. A captain who mistrusted his own judgment had already begun to lose control. The sun rose behind a veil of thin cloud, softening the light without hiding it. The mysterious bank of fog remained ahead, now occupying so much of the horizon that it seemed impossible to measure where it ended. Breakfast passed with polite conversation, though the laughter that had once filled the captain's table had become noticeably quieter. Even Sophia seemed less interested in asking questions. She sat with her wooden bird resting beside her plate, occasionally looking toward the cabin windows as though expecting someone to appear outside. Sarah noticed. "You've hardly touched your breakfast." "I'm listening," Sarah smiled. "For what?" Sophia hesitated. "The sea." Benjamin looked up. "What does it say?" The little girl frowned. "I don't know." Her answer drew gentle smiles from the adults. Children often imagined conversations where none existed. The moment passed, or so everyone believed. Later that morning, Richardson organized another routine inspection below deck. The cargo remained secure. Nearly 1,700 barrels of industrial alcohol showed no visible signs of shifting. The pumps were tested once again. A small amount of water remained in the bilge, entirely normal for a vessel of Mary Celeste's size after weeks at sea. Nothing suggested danger. Nothing explained the growing unease that seemed to settle over the crew. As Richardson climbed back onto the main deck, he found Volkert Lorenzen standing perfectly still near the bow. The old sailor was staring at the planks beneath his boots. "What are you looking at?" Lorenzen did not answer immediately. Instead, he slowly knelt and placed one weathered hand flat against the deck. Richardson watched him curiously. "What is it?" The old Dane finally spoke. "Can you feel that?" Richardson stepped closer. He crouched beside him and rested his own palm against the timber. At first, nothing. Then, so faintly that he almost believed he had imagined it, he sensed a delicate vibration. Not the ordinary trembling caused by wind filling the sails, not the familiar shudder of waves striking the hull. This was slower, steadier, almost rhythmic, a gentle pulse. Tap, silence, tap, silence, tap. Richardson lifted his hand. "What causes that?" Lorenzen slowly shook his head. "I've never felt it before." Without another word, Richardson called for Captain Briggs. Within minutes, all three men stood near the bow. Benjamin repeated the same test. His expression remained calm. He waited nearly half a minute before standing again. "I felt something." "So did I," Richardson replied. Briggs looked over the rail into the deep blue Atlantic. "Perhaps we're crossing an unusual current." Lorenzen seemed unconvinced. "I've crossed currents." "So have I," Briggs answered quietly. "But I cannot yet offer a better explanation." That ended the discussion. A captain did not permit uncertainty to become rumor. The crew returned to work. The day continued. Yet from that moment onward, several sailors found themselves unconsciously placing a hand against the deck whenever they passed the bow. Most felt nothing. A few claimed they sensed the same faint pulse. No two descriptions matched exactly. By late afternoon, the mysterious vibration had disappeared completely. Captain Briggs considered the matter closed. Then, just before sunset, something happened that no one aboard could dismiss. The ship's bell rang. Once. Clear, sharp, perfectly timed. Every sailor instinctively looked toward the quarterdeck. No one stood beside the bell. Richardson reached it first. The brass still swayed gently on its bracket. He looked around the silent deck. Who rang it? No answer came. Every member of the watch remained exactly where they had been. One man had been coiling rope. Another repairing canvas. Two others stood at the helm. None had gone near the bell. Captain Briggs examined the rope attached to the clapper. There was no sign of damage, no loose knot. No obvious reason why the bell should have moved by itself. The captain rested the bell with one hand until it became completely still. Then he looked calmly at his officers. The sea rolls. No one argued. The motion must have caught it. Again, no one argued. It was a reasonable explanation. Yet as the crew quietly returned to their duties, each man carried away the same private thought. The sea had been almost perfectly calm. Night arrived beneath a sky so clear that every familiar constellation seemed close enough to touch. Captain Briggs chose not to mention the bell again. An experienced commander understood that unexplained events often grew larger simply because men continued discussing them. The surest way to keep discipline was to treat every mystery as a problem waiting for evidence. Even so, he quietly altered the night's routine. Instead of one officer inspecting the deck each hour, both he and Richardson would make the rounds together. Neither called it an extra precaution. Neither needed to. Just after midnight, they completed their first inspection. The rigging remained secure. The compass held steady. The lanterns burned normally. When they reached the bow, Briggs stopped without warning. He raised one hand. "Listen." Richardson obeyed. For several seconds he heard nothing beyond the familiar sounds of timber and water. Then it came. A deep, distant tone. So low that it could almost be felt more than heard. It lasted only a heartbeat. Then another followed. Not from above. Not from another ship. From somewhere beneath the hull. The two men exchanged a silent glance. Neither spoke until the sound faded completely. "What do you think?" Richardson asked. Briggs answered honestly. "I don't know." He knelt near the rail and lowered a sounding line into the water. The depth was immense, far beyond the length of the line. Whatever had produced the sound had not come from the seabed. He hauled the line back aboard. "We'll record it." Nothing more. No dramatic order echoed across the deck. No frightened whispers spread among the crew. Yet before dawn, 3 different sailors independently reported hearing the same low vibration. Each described it differently. One compared it to a distant church bell carried across water. Another thought it resembled the groan of a ship many miles away. Lorenzen simply said it sounded old. Captain Briggs wrote every observation into his private notebook, separate from the official log. He had no intention of filling the ship's record with speculation. Still, he wanted facts preserved exactly as they occurred. Morning broke with an unexpected surprise. The fog was gone. Every trace of it had vanished. The eastern horizon stretched clear and brilliant beneath the rising sun. Several crewmen cheered. Richardson allowed himself a relieved smile. It finally moved on. Briggs scanned every direction through his spyglass. There was no lingering mist, no unusual clouds, nothing but open Atlantic. For the first time in days, he felt the tension in his shoulders ease. Perhaps the voyage had simply passed through an uncommon weather phenomenon. Perhaps every strange observation truly had a natural explanation. He wanted that to be true. He genuinely did. Then Gottlieb shouted from the foremast, "Sail ahead." Briggs looked up immediately. "Where?" "Dead ahead, Captain." The spyglass rose to his eye. A ship. Clearly visible in the morning light. She appeared to be a brig, weathered but under full sail. At last, another witness. Another captain. Another ordinary reminder that they were not alone upon the Atlantic. Briggs smiled for what felt like the first time in days. Prepare the signal flags. The Mary Celeste would greet her neighbor. But as the colorful flags climbed the halyard, something strange became apparent. The distant vessel made no reply. She did not alter course. She showed no signal of acknowledgement. She continued sailing as though the Mary Celeste did not exist. Captain Briggs watched carefully. Minute after minute, the distance between the two ships seemed unchanged, neither drawing closer, nor farther apart. It was as though both vessels sailed upon parallel roads, separated by an invisible boundary. Then, slowly, the stranger turned. Not sharply, not hurriedly, gracefully. She eased toward the north until her sails became broad against the morning sky. Within minutes, she disappeared beyond the horizon. No signal. No greeting. No explanation. Richardson lowered his spyglass. That's the second captain to avoid these waters. Benjamin Briggs did not answer. Instead, he opened his notebook and wrote a single sentence. Another ship chose a different course. Years later, no one would ever find that notebook. Only the official log would remain. And in its neat, measured handwriting, history would continue insisting that everything aboard the Mary Celeste had remained perfectly ordinary. The afternoon brought with it something Captain Briggs welcomed more than favorable winds. Certainty. The sun remained visible from horizon to horizon, allowing another complete set of celestial observations. Briggs and Richardson worked independently, as they often did, before comparing their calculations. For the first time in several days, every figure matched almost perfectly. Latitude, longitude, estimated speed, all precisely where they should have been. Richardson let out a slow breath. It seems we've left whatever that was behind us. Briggs closed the sextant. I hope you're right. Hope, however, was not evidence. He had learned long ago that the sea often rewarded patience while punishing assumptions. The remainder of the day unfolded peacefully. Sophia laughed again. The crew sang quietly while repairing a section of running rigging. Even Lorenzen admitted that the strange vibration beneath the deck had not returned. By sunset, spirits aboard the Mary Celeste had risen noticeably. The Atlantic appeared to have forgiven them. Then came the discovery. It happened during the evening inspection below deck. Richardson carried a lantern through the cargo hold, checking the lashings around the barrels of industrial alcohol. Nothing had shifted. The cargo remained tightly secured. As he turned toward the ladder, a faint smell reached him. He stopped immediately. It was subtle, sweet, sharp, unmistakable. Alcohol. He lifted the lantern higher and slowly walked between the rows of barrels. The smell grew slightly stronger. Not overwhelming. Just enough to suggest that somewhere, a very small amount of cargo had escaped. Captain Briggs joined him minutes later. You smell it? I do. Together they inspected every visible barrel within the section. No broken staves, no loose hoops, no obvious leak. Yet the scent lingered. Benjamin rested his hand upon one of the casks. Industrial alcohol was highly volatile. Even a tiny seep could produce noticeable vapors inside an enclosed hold. He straightened calmly. We'll ventilate the hold tomorrow. Richardson nodded. No immediate danger? Not if the leak is as small as I believe. Neither man realized that this ordinary decision would later become one of the central pieces of the Mary Celeste mystery. Historians would one day argue that invisible alcohol vapors might have frightened the crew into abandoning ship. Others would reject the theory entirely. But aboard the Mary Celeste, on that quiet November evening, it was simply another practical problem awaiting daylight. Above them, the ship continued eastward beneath a sky crowded with stars. No one yet understood that history had quietly placed another piece upon the board. And every new piece made the final mystery just a little harder to solve. The sea has always favored silence over explanation. For every ship that returned safely to harbor, another carried home stories that sounded impossible, until someone else witnessed the same thing, years later. Captain Benjamin Briggs had spent too much of his life on the Atlantic to believe every strange tale exchanged in waterfront taverns. Most had grown larger with every retelling. Fear was an excellent storyteller. Memory was an even better one. Yet as November drew closer to its final days, Briggs found himself thinking about a conversation he had almost forgotten. It had taken place months earlier in New York. An elderly harbor pilot, a man whose face had been carved by decades of salt and wind, had watched the Mary Celeste preparing for departure. Before stepping onto the dock, he had said something curious. If the sea ever becomes too quiet, Captain, don't ask what you're sailing toward. Briggs had smiled politely. And what should I ask instead? The old pilot had looked out across the harbor. Ask what has already begun sailing toward you. At the time, Briggs dismissed the remark as nothing more than another sailor's superstition. Now, standing alone on the quarterdeck, he found himself remembering every word. The thought irritated him. Not because he believed it, because he could no longer explain why it had returned to him so clearly. The morning inspection of the cargo revealed the same faint scent of alcohol. No stronger, no weaker. Richardson supervised the opening of the cargo hatch to improve ventilation, while several crewmen carefully examined the nearest barrels once again. Hours passed. Nothing unusual appeared. No leaking cask, no damaged hoops, no cracked staves, only the lingering smell. It should have revealed itself by now, Richardson muttered. Captain Briggs nodded. Unless the leak is inside a stack we cannot reach without moving cargo. Do we unload? Briggs looked across the tightly packed hold. Not while the sea remains calm. The decision was sensible. Moving hundreds of heavy barrels aboard a rolling ship introduced risks far greater than a minor vapor leak. Above deck, life slowly settled back into its familiar rhythm. The crew welcomed the return of ordinary work. Conversation became easier. Laughter returned in brief moments. Even Lorenzen admitted that the strange days behind them already felt distant. Then Gottlieb noticed something caught beneath one of the scuppers. At first, he assumed it was another piece of driftwood washed aboard during the night. He bent down to pull it free. Instead, his fingers closed around leather. A book? He wiped away the salt water. It was small enough to fit inside one hand. Dark brown leather, badly weathered. The edges of its pages had swollen from years of exposure to moisture. There were no initials pressed into the cover. No title. No markings of any kind. Richardson accepted the object. Has anyone seen this before? Every crewman nearby shook his head. Captain Briggs examined it carefully. The leather felt remarkably old. Far older than anything carried aboard the Mary Celeste. He opened the cover with great care. Several pages separated immediately, brittle from age. Most of the writing had long since dissolved into pale stains. Only a handful of entries remained partially legible. The handwriting was elegant, different from his own, different from anyone aboard. The date at the top of one surviving page made Briggs pause. October 17th, 1841. More than 30 years earlier. He frowned. That's impossible. Richardson leaned closer. What is it? This journal is older than half the crew. Briggs slowly turned another page. Most of the ink had vanished. Only scattered words remained. Current. Bell. Missed. Home. Waiting. Nothing connected into complete sentences. Nothing that explained who had written the journal, or how it had reached the deck of the Mary Celeste. The captain closed the cover. We'll dry it in my cabin. Richardson looked toward the sea. You believe it drifted aboard? Briggs answered after a long pause. I believe every object has a journey. He looked once more at the worn leather. I simply don't know this one's. The journal rested on the captain's desk for the remainder of the afternoon. As the damp pages slowly dried, more faded writing began to emerge. Not enough to read. Only enough to reveal that someone had filled nearly every page. Someone whose story had almost been erased by the Atlantic. Captain Briggs intended to examine it after supper. He never imagined that before another day had passed, the journal would offer the first clue that the voyage of the Mary Celeste was no longer following the course recorded on any chart. After supper, Captain Briggs carried the journal into his cabin and placed it beneath the warm glow of an oil lamp. Sarah noticed the worn leather volume immediately. I've never seen that before. You haven't. Where did it come from? Benjamin smiled faintly. I wish I knew. He carefully opened the book once more. The pages had dried enough that the faded ink no longer blurred beneath his fingertips. Most of the writing remained hopelessly damaged. Entire paragraphs had dissolved into pale shadows. Yet here and there, individual sentences had survived. Not complete, not even coherent. Fragments. The first readable line caused Briggs to lean closer. The compass returned before the ship did. He read it again. The sentence made no sense. He turned another page. Only 3 words remained. Do not follow. Nothing else. The next page contained a date, though the final digit had disappeared beneath a water stain. November 2nd. Another page. Another fragment. We heard the bell below us. Benjamin frowned. Not far. Above. Not. Aboard. Below. He looked toward the deck beneath his feet almost instinctively. The strange sound Richardson had heard during the night echoed briefly in his memory. He closed the journal. Coincidence, he told himself. Nothing more. The Atlantic had inspired thousands of journals, each filled with hardships, storms, strange sounds, and superstitions. Given enough damaged pages, anyone could discover patterns that never truly existed. Sarah studied his face. You're thinking too much. I usually do. You've found something. I've found questions. She smiled gently. You always prefer answers. I do. And what happens when there aren't any? Benjamin looked toward the cabin window where darkness had settled across the sea. Then I keep looking. A few hours later, Richardson knocked softly before entering. The evening watch is in place. Briggs nodded. Anything unusual? No. Then Richardson noticed the journal. Is that the book? It is. Benjamin handed it across the desk. The first mate skimmed the surviving pages in silence. Finally, he stopped. This handwriting. What about it? It changes. Briggs took the journal back. Richardson was right. Near the beginning, the writing appeared neat and deliberate. Toward the final surviving pages, the letters became hurried, uneven, as though the writer's hand had begun trembling. The last readable sentence occupied only half a line. If another captain finds this, the remainder had vanished forever. Richardson closed the cover slowly. A distress journal? Possibly. A wreck? Possibly. Neither man cared to speculate further. Outside, the watch continued without incident. The wind remained steady. The sea remained calm. By every visible measure, the Mary Celeste enjoyed one of the finest nights of the entire voyage. Near midnight, Gottlieb climbed once again to the foremast. The sky was exceptionally clear. The moon had not yet risen, leaving the stars brilliant beyond description. He swept the horizon carefully. North, south, east, west, nothing. Then something caught his eye directly astern. Not a light, not a sail, a wake. For one impossible moment, he believed another vessel was following them just beyond the darkness. He narrowed his eyes. The pale line remained visible, long, straight, perfectly aligned with the Mary Celeste's own course. He blinked. It disappeared. Gottlieb rubbed his eyes and searched again. Only black water. When Richardson climbed the mast several minutes later, he found the young sailor still staring into the darkness. What did you see? I'm not sure. Ship? I don't think so. What then? Gottlieb hesitated. It looked like another wake. Richardson looked behind them. The Mary Celeste's own wake shimmered faintly beneath the stars, before fading into darkness. Nothing else disturbed the Atlantic. He placed a reassuring hand on the younger sailor's shoulder. The night can play strange tricks. I know. Get some rest after your watch. Gottlieb nodded. But long after Richardson descended, he continued looking behind the brigantine. He could not shake the feeling that something had been traveling along the same path. Not beside them, not ahead of them, behind them. Perfectly hidden within the darkness between one heartbeat and the next. Far below, where the Atlantic concealed more history than any library on Earth, unseen currents continued weaving their ancient paths. Ships crossed those currents every year without consequence. Most never noticed them. Some remembered them. And once in a very great while, one vessel sailed across a place where history itself seemed unwilling to remain buried. The Mary Celeste had not reached that place yet. But she was close enough that the sea had begun leaving reminders. Not warnings. Reminders. As though another voyage, long forgotten by the living, had quietly begun sailing beside her once again. Morning arrived with an uneasy sense of familiarity. Captain Briggs stepped onto the quarterdeck, expecting to find the Atlantic, restored to its ordinary self. Instead, he found something that troubled him far more than fog or distant sounds. The sea looked exactly as it had the day before. The wind remained favorable. The swell rolled gently from the northwest. Visibility stretched for miles. Nothing had changed, and yet every member of the crew behaved as though they had slept poorly. No one complained. No one admitted to strange dreams. But the signs were there. Richardson yawned twice before breakfast, something Briggs had rarely seen him do. Lorenzen stood motionless for several moments before realizing he had forgotten the task he intended to perform. Even Sarah remarked that Sophia had spoken in her sleep during the night. "What did she say?" Briggs asked. Sarah hesitated. "I couldn't understand most of it." "Most of it?" There was one sentence. She looked toward the cabin where Sophia was still sleeping. She kept saying someone was trying to come home. Benjamin said nothing. Children borrowed words from stories, from conversations, from imagination. There was no reason to attach meaning to them. Still, he found himself glancing toward the leather journal resting upon his desk. Shortly after breakfast, he opened it once more. This time, something immediately caught his attention. Between two water-damaged pages lay a folded scrap of paper that had been stuck together by years of moisture. It must have separated as the journal continued drying. Carefully, he unfolded it. The paper was astonishingly fragile. One careless movement would have reduced it to dust. Unlike the journal itself, this page contained only a rough sketch. No words, no dates, only a simple drawing made in faded black ink. It showed two sailing ships. One followed the other. Both traveled in the same direction. Between them, the artist had drawn a long band of closely spaced vertical lines. Mist, or perhaps rain. Briggs studied the image for nearly a minute. There was one final detail. The second ship had no people drawn upon her deck. Only empty masts, empty rails, empty silence. Richardson entered the cabin just as Briggs lowered the page. "What have you found?" The captain handed him the sketch. The first mate examined it without speaking. Finally he asked, "Do you think this is meant to be symbolic?" "I don't know. It almost looks," he searched for the right word, "like one ship is following another." Benjamin nodded slowly. "Or replacing it." The thought lingered in the cabin longer than either man wished. Outside, the bell announced the beginning of another watch. Its clear tone echoed across the Atlantic. This time, every sailor aboard instinctively looked toward it. No one laughed afterward. No one considered that reaction unusual. Without realizing it, the crew had begun expecting ordinary things to feel slightly less ordinary than before. Captain Briggs closed the journal and locked it inside his desk. Enough. He had spent too much time examining fragments left by an unknown sailor from another century. His responsibility belonged to the living people aboard his own vessel, not to ghosts preserved in fading ink. He stepped back onto the deck. Ahead, the Atlantic stretched endlessly toward Europe. Nothing blocked the horizon. Nothing disturbed the sea. Yet somewhere beyond the limits of sight, hidden beyond every chart carried aboard the Mary Celeste, another ship continued her own lonely voyage. She had no cargo listed in any port, no destination recorded by any customs office, no captain whose name survived history. But if the faded journal spoke even a little truth, she had crossed these waters once before. And if she truly sailed again, then Captain Benjamin Briggs had just made a terrible mistake. He had begun looking for answers, when perhaps he should have been looking for a way to turn back. For nearly 3 weeks, Captain Benjamin Briggs had trusted every decision he made. He trusted the wind because he could feel it. He trusted the sea because he had spent more than half his life upon it. Most of all, he trusted the quiet discipline that had carried countless ships safely across the Atlantic. Now, for the first time in many years, he found himself questioning something far more important. Not the sea, himself. There is a dangerous moment in every long voyage when a captain begins wondering whether the greatest threat lies beyond the horizon or within his own judgment. History rarely records that moment. It leaves no mark upon a chart, no stain upon a logbook, yet it often determines everything that follows. The morning opened beneath scattered clouds, drifting lazily across a pale blue sky. The mysterious fog had disappeared. The distant ship had vanished. Even the strange vibration beneath the hull had not returned. By every visible measure, the Atlantic had become ordinary again. That should have comforted the crew. Instead, it unsettled them. Human beings possess a remarkable ability to adapt to uncertainty. After several days surrounded by unexplained events, normality itself can begin to feel suspicious. Captain Briggs refused to allow such thinking aboard his ship. Routine would restore confidence. Immediately after breakfast, he ordered a complete inspection of the standing rigging, sails, pumps, lifeboat, cargo hatch, and navigation equipment. The work occupied nearly the entire morning. Each report returned exactly the same conclusion. Everything remained in excellent condition. The Mary Celeste was as seaworthy as the day she had departed New York Harbor. Richardson closed the inspection ledger. If another captain saw us now, he'd think we were beginning the voyage. Briggs looked along the length of the brigantine. Fresh canvas, solid masts, dry deck, clean lines. He nodded. She has never looked better. There was something deeply reassuring about well-maintained ships. Timber could be trusted. Iron could be inspected. Canvas could be repaired. Human judgment was another matter entirely. Before noon, Briggs returned to the chart table. He unfolded every chart covering the waters ahead. The Azores lay well within reach. With favorable weather, they would soon pass south of the islands before continuing toward Gibraltar. He traced the intended route with one finger. Nothing unusual. No reefs, no shoals, no dangerous currents marked by the Admiralty. No captain reading those charts would hesitate to follow the same course. He was about to roll the map closed when another thought occurred to him. Without speaking, he opened an older chart stored beneath the first. It had been printed years earlier. Several soundings differed slightly from the newer edition. A few current estimates had changed. Nothing significant. Still, Benjamin studied both charts side by side. The Atlantic had not changed. Only man's understanding of it had. The realization lingered longer than he expected. Maps, he reflected, were simply the best guesses of those who had survived. How many things remained unmapped because no one had returned to describe them? He almost laughed at himself. That was exactly the sort of question he discouraged among younger officers. Speculation served no sailor. Observation did. He folded the charts carefully. Above deck, Sophia was chasing shadows cast by the rigging, while Sarah watched with quiet amusement. The child stretched her arms across the planks, pretending the moving shadows belonged to giant birds flying overhead. For a few precious minutes, the atmosphere aboard the Mary Celeste resembled the voyage Briggs had imagined before leaving New York. Peaceful, predictable, safe. Then the lookout called down. Porpoises. Several sleek gray bodies emerged from the water off the port bow. Sophia clapped with delight. The animals raced effortlessly alongside the brigantine, weaving through the bow wave with astonishing grace. Even the sailors paused to watch. Many considered dolphins and porpoises to be good fortune at sea. "They're escorting us," Gottlieb said. Lorenzen smiled. "Perhaps they're making sure we don't lose our way." The words were spoken lightly. Even so, Captain Briggs found himself watching the animals with unusual attention. Porpoises often accompanied ships for miles. These did not. After only a minute, the entire pod suddenly veered away. Not gradually, instantly. Every animal turned toward the southwest, as though responding to the same silent command. Within moments, they disappeared beneath the waves. Richardson frowned. They left in a hurry. Briggs nodded. They did. Neither offered another explanation. The Atlantic had provided enough mysteries already. The afternoon drifted quietly onward. A fresh breeze carried the brigantine eastward at an excellent pace. Clouds gathered briefly before dissolving again. Nothing disturbed the horizon. Just before sunset, Captain Briggs prepared to make another routine entry in the official logbook. He dipped his pen into the ink, recorded the weather, the wind, the course, the estimated speed. Then he stopped. His eyes rested upon the final blank line. For several seconds, the pen remained suspended above the page. Finally, he wrote only 6 additional words. Crew healthy. Ship entirely under control. He stared at the sentence after the ink dried. It struck him as an odd thing to write. No captain normally felt compelled to reassure a logbook. Yet without consciously deciding to do so, he had written exactly what he himself wished to believe. He quietly closed the cover. Outside, evening descended across the Atlantic with remarkable beauty. The western sky glowed crimson before slowly surrendering to deep violet. One lantern after another illuminated the deck. The familiar rhythm of another night settled over the Mary Celeste. No one aboard realized that Captain Briggs had just written one of the last completely ordinary entries he would ever make. History would remember the empty ship, the abandoned lifeboat, the untouched cargo, the unanswered questions. It would never remember this peaceful evening, the last one upon which every soul aboard still believed they understood the sea beneath them. The first watch began beneath a sky crowded with stars. Richardson made his rounds with deliberate calm, stopping at each station long enough to exchange a few quiet words with the men. He had discovered that conversation kept sailors alert far better than silence. Anything to report? The answers remained reassuringly familiar. Nothing, sir. Sea steady. Wind holding. Exactly the words a first mate hoped to hear. Near midnight, Captain Briggs relieved Richardson for a brief inspection of the weather. He carried no lantern, allowing his eyes to adjust naturally to the darkness. The Atlantic stretched around the Mary Celeste like polished obsidian. There was no moon, only starlight. He rested one hand upon the rail and listened. The ship sounded healthy. The timbers answered the sea with slow, familiar creaks. The rigging whispered overhead. Water parted cleanly beneath the bow. Every sound belonged. Then another joined them. A splash. Small. Deliberate. Off the starboard quarter. Briggs turned immediately. Nothing. He waited. Several seconds later, another splash reached him from almost the same place. Not the slap of a wave. Not drifting debris striking the hull. It resembled the sound of something entering the water rather than leaving it. Richardson, now returning to the quarterdeck, noticed the captain's expression. You heard it. I did. Fish? Perhaps. Neither man sounded convinced. A school of fish could easily explain the noise. So could a curious seal, though seals were uncommon this far from shore. Again, the sea offered an answer that was reasonable, just not entirely satisfying. Before either officer could continue the discussion, Gottlieb called softly from the bow. Captain. Briggs crossed the deck. What is it? The young sailor pointed toward the water. There. At first, the captain saw only darkness. Then a faint shimmer appeared beneath the surface. Not bright enough to cast light, only a pale green glow that seemed to drift slowly beneath the ship before fading away. Richardson leaned over the rail. Phosphorescence. Briggs nodded. It could be. Bioluminescent plankton often transformed the sea into rivers of green fire. Many sailors considered the sight beautiful, yet this glow behaved differently. It did not spread behind the hull as disturbed plankton normally would. Instead, it remained a single patch, moving beneath the brigantine before disappearing into the black water beyond the bow. For several minutes, everyone watched. Nothing returned. Captain Briggs finally straightened. The Atlantic contains more living things than we will ever understand. The explanation ended the conversation. No fear, no panic. Only another note added quietly to the growing collection of observations that refused to fit neatly together. Near dawn, the wind freshened once again. The Mary Celeste answered eagerly, leaning gently into the breeze. Briggs completed another set of calculations as the eastern sky brightened. Everything remained precisely where it should. The numbers once again agreed with the voyage. He welcomed that certainty. After breakfast, Richardson supervised the daily inspection of the lifeboat suspended from its davits. The boat appeared perfectly secure. The falls showed no unusual wear. The painter remained neatly coiled. Satisfied, he made a short note in his ledger. No one imagined that within only a few days, that same lifeboat would become the most discussed object in maritime history. Late that morning, the lookout reported land birds crossing high overhead. Captain Briggs found the news encouraging. They were approaching the waters around the Azores. Europe was drawing nearer. The voyage, he believed, had entered its final stage. He allowed himself a rare moment of optimism. Standing beside Sarah near the stern, he watched the birds disappear toward the east. "We'll see land soon." She smiled. "And then?" "Gibraltar. And after that?" Benjamin looked across the endless sea before answering. "Home." Sarah slipped her hand into his. Neither of them knew how cruel that simple word would become. Some journeys end at their destination. Others end long before the travelers realize they have reached the place where history has already chosen to remember them. As the sun climbed higher above the Atlantic, the Mary Celeste sailed onward with every appearance of confidence. Her sails were full, her cargo secure, her crew experienced, her captain respected. She looked exactly like a ship destined to complete another successful crossing. Sometimes the greatest mysteries begin only after every reason to expect disaster has quietly disappeared. The afternoon passed with the quiet efficiency that Captain Briggs valued above all else. The crew repaired a length of worn running rigging that had frayed during the previous week. Another sailor polished the brass fittings around the compass binnacle until they reflected the afternoon sun. Richardson supervised each task without needing to raise his voice. Routine had returned, or at least, it appeared to have. Shortly after 3 o'clock, Benjamin Briggs opened the official logbook once again. He reviewed the previous entries carefully before adding the latest position. The figures pleased him. If the weather continued to cooperate, the Mary Celeste would soon reach the waters west of the Azores. Within days, other merchant vessels would become more common. The loneliness of the open Atlantic would gradually give way to the familiar traffic of Europe's shipping lanes. That thought brought him unexpected comfort. Isolation has a peculiar effect upon sailors. The ocean itself rarely changes, yet after enough empty days, even the sight of another distant sail can feel like proof that the world still exists. As Briggs closed the logbook, Richardson climbed the companionway carrying the captain's chronometer. I checked it against my watch, and it has gained nearly 4 seconds. Benjamin looked up. 4? Since yesterday. The captain accepted the instrument. Marine chronometers were extraordinary pieces of craftsmanship, but no clock remained perfect forever. A gain of several seconds was not alarming. Still, Benjamin carefully compared it against his own pocket watch. The difference remained. Temperature, Richardson suggested. Possibly. Briggs adjusted the figure in his calculations and placed the chronometer back inside its padded wooden box. It was another small irregularity. Entirely explainable. Yet he noticed that the voyage now seemed filled with small irregularities. None serious enough to demand action. Taken together, however, they created a quiet unease that refused to disappear. Late that afternoon, Lorenzen approached the quarterdeck, carrying something wrapped in canvas. I found this while cleaning the starboard rail. Inside the cloth lay a length of rope. Nothing unusual at first glance, except one end had been neatly cut. Not frayed, not broken. Cut cleanly with a sharp blade. Richardson frowned. Who cut this? No one answered. The rope had originally secured several spare items near the rail, but replacements had already been tied in place. Someone had clearly removed it during the past few days. No sailor remembered doing so. Captain Briggs examined the fibers. Fresh. The cut had not been made long ago. Replace it, he said calmly, and ask the men if anyone recalls using it. The matter appeared too minor to deserve further attention. Yet after Lorenzen departed, Richardson quietly remarked, "That's the third thing no one remembers." Briggs knew exactly what he meant. No one remembered the journal appearing on deck. No one remembered the bell ringing. Now no one remembered cutting the rope. Memory itself seemed to have developed small gaps, not large enough to frighten anyone, only large enough to notice. As sunset approached, Sophia stood beside the stern, watching the wake stretch behind the brigantine. She had spent nearly an hour there in complete silence. Sarah finally joined her. "What are you watching?" "The water." "What about it?" Sophia pointed. "It keeps closing." Sarah looked behind the ship. The foaming wake slowly dissolved into the calm Atlantic, exactly as every ship's wake eventually did. "It always closes." "I know." The little girl continued staring. "But today, it closes faster." Sarah smiled softly. "You notice everything." Sophia nodded. "So does the sea." Those simple words lingered in Sarah's thoughts, long after she led her daughter below for supper. Above them, Captain Briggs remained on deck, as darkness settled over the Atlantic once more. He looked astern. The wake faded quietly into blackness. Nothing followed. Nothing waited. Nothing could be seen. Yet without realizing it, he rested one hand upon the polished rail, exactly where Sophia had been standing only moments before. He watched until the last trace of white foam disappeared. Then he turned back toward the bow. The Mary Celeste continued eastward with unwavering confidence. Somewhere beyond the darkness lay the Azores. Somewhere beyond the Azores lay Gibraltar, and somewhere between those two destinations, hidden within only a handful of ordinary days, history was waiting for one final decision that Captain Benjamin Briggs had not yet been forced to make. The Atlantic has never demanded perfection, only judgment. Every captain who survived long enough eventually learned the same lesson. A voyage was rarely lost because of one great mistake. More often, disaster emerged from a chain of reasonable decisions, each one made with the best information available at the time. Captain Benjamin Briggs understood that truth better than most. That was why the events of November 25th unsettled him more deeply than any storm he had ever commanded a ship through. Storms announce themselves. This voyage did not. The morning opened beneath a ceiling of low gray clouds. The wind remained steady, though cooler than it had been during the previous days. Visibility stretched for miles, yet the sunlight seemed strangely muted, as if the Atlantic had been covered by an enormous sheet of frosted glass. Richardson completed the morning inspection without finding a single fault. The pumps were working. The sails were sound. The rigging remained tight. The lifeboat was secure. Even the faint smell of industrial alcohol seemed no stronger than before. Everything suggested that the Mary Celeste should continue exactly as she always had. Yet Captain Briggs delayed giving the order to resume full sail. Richardson noticed immediately. "You've changed your mind." Briggs rested both hands on the rail before answering. "No. You hesitated." "I did." "Why?" The captain watched the sea for several moments. "I've spent days waiting for something obvious. And I'm beginning to think whatever threatens us won't announce itself." The first mate followed his gaze across the empty Atlantic. There was nothing to see. Only water, only wind, only distance. That, Briggs believed, was precisely the problem. By midday, the barometer had begun a slow but unmistakable fall. Not enough to predict a storm. Not yet. Still, Benjamin recorded the change with unusual care. He had crossed the Atlantic enough times to know that weather often whispered before it shouted. Richardson compared the reading against the previous afternoon. A change of nearly 3/10. It could mean nothing. It could. Neither man cared to finish the sentence. Above them, several gulls appeared from the northeast. The crew welcomed the sight. Land birds usually meant the Azores could not be far away. The birds circled the brigantine once, then twice. Suddenly, without landing, they climbed sharply into the sky and vanished into the low cloud. Captain Briggs watched until the last white wing disappeared. Lorenzen quietly remarked, "Everything that comes near us leaves." No one answered him, not because they believed the old sailor, because no one could remember the last time something had remained. The dolphins, the distant brig, the fog, even the strange green light beneath the hull. Everything had approached, only to turn away. Shortly before sunset, Briggs ordered the cargo hold opened once more. Fresh air poured downward through the hatch. Richardson descended with 2 lanterns and carefully inspected the barrels for a 3rd time. This time he stopped. One barrel near the center of the stack carried a faint stain running along its side. He touched it. The wood felt dry, yet the smell of alcohol was unmistakably stronger. "Captain." Briggs climbed down. Together they examined the cask. No liquid escaped. No crack could be found. Even so, the odor lingering around it was impossible to ignore. Benjamin remained silent for a long while. Industrial alcohol was unpredictable. Under the wrong conditions, invisible vapors could accumulate inside enclosed spaces. He had read reports of cargoes igniting without warning. He had also read reports that proved false. The difficulty lay in deciding which kind of report this would become. He finally spoke. "Leave the hatch open until morning." Richardson looked at him. "You think the vapors are building. I think I cannot afford to be wrong." It was a simple order, entirely reasonable, entirely consistent with the judgment expected of an experienced captain. Yet neither officer realized they had just taken the first step toward a decision that historians would debate for more than a century. That evening, after supper, Benjamin Briggs wrote a letter he knew would never be mailed. He often did this during long voyages, a habit learned years earlier. The letters helped him organize thoughts that did not belong in an official logbook. He wrote only a few lines. "The ship remains sound. The crew remains capable. Yet I cannot dismiss the feeling that I am overlooking something simple. I pray that whatever I have failed to see reveals itself before it is too late." He folded the page and placed it inside his Bible. No one aboard would ever read it. Not Sarah, not Richardson, not even the men who would eventually board the abandoned Mary Celeste. Some thoughts remain private even after history has claimed their author. As darkness settled across the Atlantic once again, the barometer continued its slow descent, not rapidly enough to frighten an experienced sailor, only steadily enough to demand his attention. Captain Briggs stood alone beneath the stars, one hand resting upon the weathered rail. Ahead lay Europe. Behind lay America. Somewhere between them, hidden within the gathering night, waited the single decision that would define his life forever. And before another dawn had fully broken, he would be forced to make it. The night remained deceptively calm. Captain Briggs had seen countless evenings that began this way. A steady breeze, gentle swells, a barometer drifting downward just enough to invite caution, but not enough to justify alarm. Experience taught him that good captains did not fear every falling glass. They watched. They measured. They waited. That was exactly what he intended to do. Just after midnight, a fine mist settled over the sea. It was nothing like the strange white wall that had haunted the voyage days before. This was ordinary maritime haze, thin enough that the stars still shone through it. Richardson checked the compass by lantern light. The heading remained true. Moments later, he looked up again. "Captain." Briggs crossed the deck. The compass? No. Richardson pointed toward the eastern horizon. A pale column of light appeared to rise from the sea itself. It reached only a short distance into the sky, before fading into the low cloud above. The crew watched in silence. No one spoke. The light remained visible for perhaps 20 seconds. Then it disappeared, as quietly as it had arrived. "What was that?" Gottlieb whispered. Benjamin answered without hesitation. "Possibly distant lightning." No thunder followed. No storm revealed itself. Still, distant heat lightning over the horizon was hardly unknown. It was a sensible explanation. Whether it was the correct one, no one could say. Before the conversation could continue, the lookout called down once more. Wind increasing. The change came gradually but steadily. The brigantine leaned farther into the breeze. Loose lines tightened. The sea began lifting into longer, heavier swells. Briggs looked toward the barometer. Another slight fall. Nothing extreme. Enough to confirm that the weather was changing. He ordered the upper sails shortened. The crew responded with practiced efficiency. Within minutes, the Mary Celeste carried a more conservative spread of canvas. She continued making excellent speed. Richardson smiled faintly. "If this is the worst the Atlantic has planned for us, we'll be in Gibraltar before long." Briggs returned the smile, though it faded almost immediately. "I hope the sea shares your optimism." Near 2 o'clock in the morning, Lorenzen emerged from below carrying an oil lantern. He had gone to check the cargo hatch. "The smell is stronger." Benjamin took the lantern himself and descended with Richardson. The air inside the hold felt noticeably heavier than before. Not suffocating, not dangerous. Yet the sharp sweetness of alcohol lingered unmistakably. Richardson held the lantern higher. Benjamin immediately lowered his arm. "Keep the flame away from the center." The first mate understood at once. If alcohol vapors had accumulated in sufficient concentration, an exposed flame could become disastrous. Both men moved carefully through the hold. Again they inspected the stained barrel. Still dry, still intact, still releasing that unmistakable odor. Benjamin climbed back onto the deck in thoughtful silence. "What do you think?" Richardson asked. "I think we may have a damaged cask somewhere we cannot see. Could the vapor ignite?" "It has happened before." The first mate looked toward the open sea. "And if it does?" Briggs answered with complete honesty. "I don't know how severe it would be." There it was. Not fear. Not panic. Only uncertainty. The kind of uncertainty every responsible captain was trained never to ignore. He ordered the cargo hatch left fully open despite the damp night air. Fresh wind swept continuously through the hold. The decision reduced the chance of dangerous vapor accumulating. It also exposed the cargo to moisture. A small price, Briggs believed, if it prevented something far worse. As the hours passed, the breeze continued strengthening. Not into a gale, simply enough to roughen the sea. Whitecaps began appearing between the swells. The Mary Celeste rose and fell with slow confidence. She remained a fine ship, a capable ship. Yet Captain Briggs could no longer escape one persistent thought. For nearly a week, every strange event had possessed a reasonable explanation when considered alone. The fog, the distant vessel, the bell, the vibration, the strange light, the smell of alcohol, the falling barometer. None demanded abandoning ship. Together, they formed a pattern that refused to leave his mind. Shortly before dawn, he looked once more toward the lifeboat secured alongside the brigantine. It hung exactly where Richardson had inspected it the day before. Benjamin studied it longer than he realized, not because he intended to use it, because every captain eventually asks himself the same impossible question. At what precise moment does remaining aboard become more dangerous than leaving? There is no instrument that answers it. No chart, no compass, only judgment. And history has rarely been kind to those forced to make that choice. The eastern horizon had only begun to pale when Captain Briggs called Richardson to the quarterdeck. Neither man had slept. The wind now carried a sharper edge, driving short bursts of spray across the bow. The barometer had fallen again during the final hours of darkness. It still did not predict a violent storm, but the steady decline could no longer be dismissed as coincidence. Briggs unfolded the chart. "We are approaching the waters west of the Azores." Richardson nodded. "Close enough that other ships should begin appearing, if the weather allows." For a long moment, both men studied the sea in silence. Then Briggs asked a question that caught his first mate by surprise. "If you believed the cargo might ignite," Richardson looked at him carefully, "would you trust the lifeboat?" The question hung in the cold morning air. It was not an order. It was not even a plan. It was the kind of question one experienced sailor asks another when searching for every possible outcome before making a decision. Richardson answered with equal care. "If the ship were truly in danger, yes. But only if we remained connected by a line." Briggs nodded. That was standard practice. A ship's boat could be lowered and kept astern on a long painter, allowing the crew to remain clear of a vessel they feared might explode while still maintaining contact with her. It was dangerous, but not unreasonable. Benjamin rolled the chart closed. "I pray we never have to test that judgment." The morning inspection brought no new damage. The pumps showed only a modest amount of water in the bilge, far less than would threaten a vessel of Mary Celeste size. The sails held firm. The rudder answered perfectly. Every visible sign suggested the brigantine remained capable of completing her voyage. And yet, the smell from the cargo hold refused to disappear. By late morning, the wind freshened again. Not into a gale, only enough to produce heavier seas. The ship began pitching more noticeably. Each movement forced the tightly packed barrels to press against one another deep within the hold. The sound was faint. Wood against wood. Slow. Rhythmic. Captain Briggs listened from above. He imagined unseen vapors gathering somewhere between those stacked casks. Invisible. Odorless in places. Waiting only for the right conditions. He had read enough accident reports to know that imagination alone could not be trusted. Neither could overconfidence. History often judges a captain by the outcome of his decision. It rarely considers the uncertainty that existed before the decision was made. Shortly after noon, the lookout shouted, "Sail to the south." Every eye turned immediately. A distant merchant vessel appeared briefly between the rolling swells, no more than a pale shape against the horizon. Briggs raised his spyglass. Too far to signal. Too far even to identify her flag. Within minutes, rain drifted across the sea between the two ships like a gray curtain. When it passed, the stranger had vanished. Richardson lowered his glass. "We're not alone anymore." "No." Briggs continued staring toward the empty horizon. "But we are still beyond help." He closed the spyglass. That afternoon, Sarah found her husband standing beside the lifeboat. "You've been here often." Benjamin smiled gently. "I suppose I have." She rested a hand on his arm. "You're carrying something." He looked at the sea before answering. "A captain carries every soul aboard his ship. You always have. Some days it feels heavier than others." Sarah squeezed his hand. "I trust your judgment." Those simple words should have comforted him. Instead, they deepened the weight upon his shoulders. Because he knew that if the moment ever came, it would be his judgment alone that decided whether his family remained aboard the Mary Celeste, or stepped into a boat no larger than a carriage. As evening settled across the Atlantic, the first drops of rain tapped softly against the deck. Not a storm. Not yet. Only the quiet beginning of unsettled weather. Captain Briggs watched the clouds gathering along the western horizon. Then he looked once more toward the open cargo hatch, toward the lifeboat, toward the sea. 3 choices, 3 responsibilities. And before another sunset had passed, one of them would demand an answer from him. History remembers the empty ship. It does not remember the hesitation that came before it. No official report records the exact expression on Captain Benjamin Briggs' face during the final morning aboard the Mary Celeste. No witness survived to describe the conversations. No diary tells us which thought finally outweighed every other. What remains are fragments: a weathered logbook, a vessel found adrift, a family that vanished without leaving behind a single farewell. Everything else belongs to the silence between facts. The rain that had begun during the previous evening continued through the night. It never developed into a violent storm. Instead, it settled over the Atlantic in long, cold curtains that blurred the horizon and covered the deck with a constant sheen of water. The wind shifted twice before dawn, not dangerously, only enough to keep every sailor alert. Captain Briggs had not gone below. Neither had Richardson. The two men remained on watch together until the first gray light appeared in the east. When the barometer was checked once again, it had fallen farther. Still not low enough to promise disaster, yet lower than Benjamin Briggs had hoped. Richardson broke the silence. If the weather worsens, the captain finished the thought for him. We will have fewer choices. Shortly after sunrise, another inspection of the cargo hold was ordered. Richardson descended first. This time, the smell struck him before his boots reached the bottom ladder rung. The sweet scent of industrial alcohol lingered more heavily than on any previous day. He lifted the lantern, then immediately lowered it again, remembering Briggs's warning. Fresh air still flowed through the open hatch. Even so, something had changed. He climbed back onto the deck. The vapors are stronger. Benjamin did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward the sea. The swells had grown longer, not violent, but larger than before. Each slow rise and fall caused the brigantine to roll a little farther to port before settling again. Below, hundreds of tightly packed barrels answered with muffled wooden knocks, one against another. Steady, patient. Richardson spoke quietly. If a damaged cask has begun leaking inside the stack. I know. Briggs interrupted gently. The possibility had occupied his thoughts for nearly 2 days. A cargo of alcohol did not need open flames to become dangerous. A spark, static, a careless lantern. Even the wrong combination of pressure and vapor could create an explosion powerful enough to tear through a confined space. Such accidents had happened before. Rarely, but they had happened. Benjamin Briggs had built his reputation by preparing for unlikely dangers before they became unavoidable. That instinct had saved lives throughout his career. Today it placed an impossible weight upon him. He walked slowly toward the lifeboat suspended beside the starboard rail. Richardson followed. Neither man spoke for several moments. Finally the captain asked, "If we lower her?" The first mate nodded. "We remain attached by the painter. Until we're certain." Yes. It was a cautious plan. A temporary measure. Not an abandonment. The Mary Celeste would continue to tow the lifeboat, while the crew waited at what they believed to be a safer distance. If the danger passed, they would simply climb back aboard. Simple. Logical. Entirely consistent with the training of experienced 19th century mariners. No one intended to leave the Mary Celeste forever. That was never the plan. Benjamin looked toward Sarah. She stood beside Sophia, near the companionway, unaware of the conversation taking place across the deck. For one brief moment, he closed his eyes. Every decision made by a captain carries consequences. Few require him to gamble with the lives of his own family. When he opened his eyes again, the hesitation was gone. Only responsibility remained. He turned to Richardson. "Prepare the boat." The words were spoken calmly, without fear, without urgency, without the slightest hint that history would remember them for more than 150 years. Around them, the crew moved with disciplined efficiency. No one shouted. No one panicked. The painter line was inspected twice. Water and provisions were gathered. The ship's papers, Sextant, chronometer, and essential navigation instruments were prepared to accompany the captain. Everything suggested that the separation would last only a short while, long enough to determine whether the Mary Celeste remained safe. Nothing more. High above, unseen behind layers of gray cloud, the sun continued its slow journey across the Atlantic. Below, a perfectly seaworthy brigantine sailed onward beneath shortened canvas. Within the hour, one final decision would be made. And when another ship eventually found the Mary Celeste drifting alone upon the open sea, every person aboard her this morning would be gone. The lifeboat was lowered with the same care the crew had shown 100 times before during routine drills. No one hurried. No one argued. The sea, though restless, remained manageable. Long swells lifted the brigantine before gently lowering her again. Captain Briggs waited until the boat touched the water before giving another order. Keep the painter fast. Richardson secured the long towing line himself. He tested the knot twice. Then once more. It held firm. Benjamin looked along the deck one final time. The Mary Celeste showed no visible sign of distress. Her masts stood straight. Her sails remained set. The cargo hatch stayed open to allow the hold to breathe. Had another captain sailed past at that moment, he would have seen nothing that suggested the vessel was about to become one of the greatest mysteries in maritime history. Sarah stepped carefully into the boat, holding Sophia close. One by one, the crew followed. Each man believed they would soon climb back aboard. Some carried small bundles of personal belongings. Others brought only what Captain Briggs had instructed: the sextant, the chronometer, fresh water, a compass, several days' provisions. No one packed as though leaving forever. Benjamin was the last to descend. Before stepping over the rail, he paused. His eyes moved slowly across the familiar deck. The polished wheel, the neatly coiled lines, the bell that had rung without warning days before, the captain's cabin, where his Bible still rested upon the desk. Inside it lay the unfinished letter he had written to no one. He had intended to retrieve it. In the quiet discipline of preparing the boat, he had forgotten. It would remain there, waiting for a captain who would never return. Once aboard the lifeboat, Briggs gave a single order: pay out the painter. The distance between the two vessels slowly increased. 20 feet, then 50, then nearly 100. The Mary Celeste continued moving steadily ahead, drawing the boat through the rolling sea. For a time, the arrangement worked exactly as intended. The crew watched the brig carefully. No explosion came. No smoke escaped the cargo hatch. Nothing happened. Richardson looked toward the captain. Perhaps we've been too cautious. Briggs did not answer. He continued studying the ship through his spyglass. Everything appeared normal. Almost painfully normal. Then the weather shifted. Not violently, not dramatically. A stronger gust swept across the Atlantic, filling the shortened sails with sudden force. The brigantine surged forward. The painter stretched tight. The lifeboat lurched sharply. Several men grabbed the gunwales to steady themselves. "Hold her!" Richardson shouted. The rope groaned under the strain. Benjamin watched the line carefully. It had been sound only moments before, but ropes weakened by salt, weather, and constant use seldom announced the instant they reached their limit. There was no loud crack, only a dull snap. The tension vanished. The painter recoiled across the sea like a striking serpent, before disappearing beneath the waves. For one frozen heartbeat, no one moved. The Mary Celeste continued ahead under wind and sail, slowly at first, then steadily. The distance between ship and boat began to grow. "Row!" Briggs commanded. The crew seized the oars immediately. They pulled with desperate precision, fighting both wind and swell. The brigantine remained maddeningly close. Close enough to recognize every spar, every sail, every line of her graceful hull. Yet with each passing minute, she slipped farther beyond their reach. Richardson shouted for more effort. The men answered until their shoulders burned. Still the wind favored the larger vessel. The Mary Celeste possessed canvas. The lifeboat possessed only human strength. Captain Briggs never took his eyes from the ship. He searched for any opportunity. Any chance that the wind might ease. Any possibility that the brig would lose speed long enough for them to catch her. None came. Sarah held Sophia tightly against her. The little girl watched the ship growing smaller. "Papa!" Benjamin lowered the spyglass. "We're going back." He spoke the words with complete conviction. Perhaps he believed them. Perhaps he spoke them only for the others. History cannot tell us. By afternoon, the Mary Celeste had become a distant silhouette against the gray Atlantic. By evening, she was only a pale shape on the horizon. As darkness settled over the sea, the last visible sail disappeared. No cry echoed across the water. No final signal answered from the drifting brig. There was only wind, only waves, only a boat carrying 10 souls who had expected to spend a single cautious hour away from their ship. Instead, they watched the Atlantic quietly close the distance between certainty and legend. From that moment onward, the Mary Celeste continued her voyage alone, and no living person would ever set foot upon her deck again. On the afternoon of December 4th, 1872, another merchant brigantine crossed the Atlantic under fair winds. Her name was Dei Gracia. She had departed only days after the Mary Celeste, following a similar route toward Gibraltar. The two vessels had never sailed together, yet fate had quietly drawn their courses back toward one another. Shortly after 1 o'clock, a lookout noticed a brig several miles away. At first, nothing appeared unusual. Ships encountered one another regularly in these waters. Yet something about this vessel seemed uncertain. She yawed gently from side to side. Her sails were set unevenly. No clear course could be read from her movement. Captain David Morehouse raised his spyglass. He immediately recognized the familiar lines of the brigantine. It was the Mary Celeste. The recognition brought relief for only a moment. Then confusion replaced it. No signal flags flew. No answering movement appeared on deck. The brig drifted with enough sail to remain underway, but not enough discipline to suggest anyone remained at the helm. Morehouse ordered signal flags raised. No response. A signal gun was prepared. Its sharp report echoed across the Atlantic. Still nothing. No sailor emerged. No captain stepped onto the quarterdeck. Only silence answered. Experienced mariners know that silence is rarely a welcome thing at sea. As the distance closed, Captain Morehouse made a decision that every sailor aboard understood carried considerable risk. He ordered a boarding party. First Officer Oliver DeVoe volunteered immediately. Accompanied by Seaman John Wright, he crossed the final stretch of water in a small boat. The Mary Celeste towered quietly above them. She looked remarkably healthy. Her hull bore no obvious damage. Her masts remained standing. The rigging, though untidy in places, remained largely intact. Nothing suggested catastrophe. DeVoe climbed aboard first. The deck creaked softly beneath his boots. He called out. No answer. Again. Nothing. The ship was empty. Not deserted in the way abandoned buildings are deserted. More unsettling than that, she looked occupied only moments earlier. A coil of rope lay neatly prepared beside the mast. The galley contained signs that a meal had recently been prepared. Several personal belongings remained exactly where their owners might naturally have left them. No struggle marked the deck. No blood. No broken spars. No shattered furniture. Only absence. DeVoe continued his inspection carefully. The cargo remained almost entirely intact. More than 1,700 barrels of industrial alcohol still rested securely inside the hold. A handful showed signs of leakage, but nowhere near enough to explain the disappearance of every person aboard. The pumps revealed some water within the bilge. Not insignificant, but far from enough to sink a vessel built as strongly as the Mary Celeste. The lifeboat was gone. Its davits stood empty. The long painter line that should have secured it had vanished as well. One end remained attached. The other was missing. DeVoe paused. That detail mattered. It suggested the crew had not fled in blind panic. Someone had deliberately lowered the boat. Someone had intended to remain connected to the ship. He climbed to the captain's cabin. The door stood open. Inside, everything appeared strangely orderly. Captain Briggs' bed had been slept in. Charts remained upon the table. The ship's papers, however, were missing. So were the sextant and marine chronometer. DeVoe recognized the pattern immediately. Those were precisely the items a captain would take if he expected to navigate away from his vessel. Not forever. Temporarily. His eyes drifted toward an open Bible resting quietly upon the desk. Inside it lay a folded letter. The ink had blurred where damp air had touched the paper, making much of it unreadable. Only one sentence remained, almost perfectly clear. I pray that whatever I have failed to see reveals itself before it is too late. No signature followed. None was needed. DeVoe slowly closed the Bible. He looked around the silent cabin one final time. Everything suggested careful preparation. Nothing suggested chaos. Back aboard the Dei Gratia, Captain Morehouse listened without interrupting as the boarding party delivered its report. When they finished, no one spoke for several moments. Finally, Morehouse asked the question that would echo through newspapers, courtrooms, and history books for generations. If they left willingly, he looked toward the drifting Mary Celeste. Why did they never return? No one aboard could answer. Because there was no answer waiting on the empty decks. Only clues. And like all great mysteries, every clue seemed to point in a different direction. Within days, both ships entered Gibraltar. The Mary Celeste arrived exactly as she had crossed the Atlantic during the previous week. Quiet, graceful, perfectly capable of sailing. Only now she carried no captain, no crew, no family, nothing except questions that would refuse to die. And in Gibraltar, those questions were only beginning. The arrival of the Mary Celeste in Gibraltar transformed a maritime mystery into an international sensation. Word spread quickly through the harbor. Dock workers left their tasks to glimpse the famous brigantine. Merchants paused their business. Sailors, perhaps more than anyone else, stared at the vessel in thoughtful silence. Every man who earned his living at sea understood one simple truth. Ships did not abandon themselves. Something had persuaded 10 experienced people to leave the safety of a seaworthy vessel and trust the open Atlantic in a small boat. That decision demanded an explanation. The authorities believed they would find one. Instead, each new discovery deepened the mystery. The official inspection began methodically. Every compartment was examined, every hatch opened, every section of the hull carefully measured. Investigators searched for evidence of mutiny. None appeared. They searched for signs of piracy. The cargo remained almost untouched. The crew's personal valuables were still aboard. Sarah Briggs' jewelry had not been stolen. Captain Briggs' possessions remained largely undisturbed. Pirates rarely ignored wealth lying in plain sight. The theory quickly weakened. Attention then turned toward violence. Perhaps the crew had fought among themselves. Yet once again, the evidence refused to cooperate. No blood stained the deck. No broken weapons were found. No damaged bulkheads suggested a desperate struggle. The Mary Celeste looked less like the scene of a crime than the quiet home of people who had unexpectedly stepped outside. Investigators measured the water inside the bilge. There was some. Not enough to threaten the ship. The pumps showed signs of heavy use, though later examination suggested one sounding rod may have given Captain Briggs an inaccurate reading, making the amount of water appear greater than it truly was. If that happened, it could have influenced his judgment at exactly the wrong moment. The cargo presented another puzzle. Several barrels had leaked. Not many, but enough to release invisible alcohol vapor into the confined space of the hold. Experts testified that such vapors could alarm even an experienced captain. Under the right conditions, they might produce a sudden pressure burst. Not necessarily a massive explosion. Perhaps only a loud blast capable of convincing everyone aboard that a far greater disaster was seconds away. If Captain Briggs believed the cargo might ignite, temporarily leaving the ship while remaining connected by the painter line would have been a cautious, rational decision. It required no panic, only prudence. And prudence had defined Benjamin Briggs throughout his career. Then another possibility emerged. Some witnesses suggested that unstable weather near the Azores might have frightened the captain. Others proposed a waterspout. From a distance, a waterspout can appear terrifying, towering between sea and sky like a moving column of cloud and spray. An experienced captain would know that most waterspouts could be avoided. But in poor visibility, with alcohol vapors in the hold and a falling barometer, even ordinary weather might seem far more dangerous than it truly was. Still, every explanation left something unanswered. If Briggs had intended only a temporary evacuation, why was the painter line gone? Had it parted under strain? Had it been cut to save the lifeboat? Or had rough seas simply carried the small boat beyond recovery before anyone realized what was happening? The Atlantic kept its silence. It has always done so. Centuries before the Mary Celeste sailed these waters, mariners spoke of the ocean as though it possessed a memory, not a mind, not a will. A memory. They believed certain places seemed to repeat old stories. Ships vanished. Other ships found only empty water. Storms appeared where no storm had been expected. Compasses wandered briefly before correcting themselves. Modern science offers explanations for many of those experiences. Ocean currents, atmospheric refraction, magnetic variation, human perception under fatigue. Yet even today, seasoned sailors occasionally admit that the Atlantic can feel different, not haunted, simply older than human understanding. Perhaps that is why the story of the Mary Celeste has endured for more than a century. It refuses to belong entirely to history, and it refuses to belong entirely to legend. Instead, it drifts quietly between them. Just as the ship herself once drifted across the winter sea, there are mysteries that are eventually solved. A forgotten letter is discovered. A missing document appears in an archive. A new piece of technology reveals what earlier generations could not see. Then there are mysteries like the Mary Celeste. They do not survive because there is no evidence. They survive because every piece of evidence seems to point in a different direction. More than a century and a half has passed since Captain Benjamin Briggs, Sarah Briggs, little Sophia, and the 7 members of their crew disappeared into the Atlantic. Generations of historians, sailors, engineers, oceanographers, and writers have returned to the same collection of facts, hoping to become the first to assemble them into a single, undeniable truth. No one has. Perhaps no one ever will. Among all the theories proposed over the years, one continues to stand above the others. Not because it explains everything, because it explains the greatest number of facts. The cargo of industrial alcohol almost certainly released vapor from several porous barrels. Those barrels were made of red oak, a wood known to allow small amounts of alcohol to escape over long voyages. Captain Briggs may have smelled those vapors growing stronger day after day. He also watched the barometer slowly fall. He sailed through increasingly unsettled weather. He knew that an explosion inside the hold, however unlikely, could kill every person aboard within seconds. He had a wife beside him, a 2-year-old daughter, 9 other lives depending entirely upon his judgment. If he believed the danger was immediate, lowering the lifeboat while keeping it attached to the ship by a long painter was not recklessness. It was caution, a decision made by a careful captain trying to save everyone under his command. If that painter line later snapped beneath the strain of strengthening wind and sea, everything that followed becomes tragically understandable. A seaworthy brigantine would quickly outdistance a heavily loaded open boat. The crew would row. The ship would continue sailing. The distance would slowly grow. By the time they realized they could not catch her, the Atlantic had already decided the outcome. No villain would be required. No mutiny, no pirates, no sea monster. Only a sequence of small events, each reasonable by itself, combining into an irreversible catastrophe. Yet there are details that continue to resist even this explanation. Why was the final logbook entry several days older than the date on which the ship was discovered? Why did experienced sailors appear to leave behind possessions they would normally have taken? Why did the vessel itself suffer so little damage after drifting alone? Every answer produces another question. And so the mystery endures. Over the decades, storytellers have offered far stranger explanations. Some claimed the Mary Celeste crossed paths with a ghost ship, doomed to wander the Atlantic forever. Others imagined sea creatures rising from impossible depths. There were stories of cursed cargoes, forgotten civilizations beneath the waves, mysterious lights that lured sailors away, and stretches of ocean where time itself refused to behave as it should. Such tales are captivating. They remind us that the sea has always inspired imagination as much as exploration. But history asks something different of us. It asks us to resist the temptation of certainty, to acknowledge that sometimes the most honest answer is also the least satisfying. We do not know. Perhaps that is why the Mary Celeste continues to fascinate us while countless other shipwrecks have faded into obscurity. A wreck tells us how a ship was lost. An abandoned ship asks something far more unsettling. What could persuade experienced people to step away from safety, believing they would soon return, only to vanish without leaving a single confirmed trace? That question still waits upon the Atlantic. The ocean has never offered an answer. It has only preserved the silence. Today, the original Mary Celeste no longer exists. Years after the famous voyage, she continued sailing under new owners before meeting her final end upon a reef off the coast of Haiti in 1885 after an apparent insurance fraud scheme. Her timbers eventually disappeared beneath wind, salt, and time. But her story survived, not because she was the largest ship of her age, not because she carried extraordinary cargo, not because she fought a legendary storm. She survived because she reminded every generation that there are limits to what history can recover. Some moments vanish before anyone realizes they are witnessing them. Some decisions disappear with the people who made them. Some answers sink deeper than any anchor can reach. As long as ships continue crossing the Atlantic, sailors will occasionally remember the name Mary Celeste, not with fear, not even with superstition, but with quiet respect. Because every voyage depends upon judgment. Every judgment is made with incomplete knowledge. And somewhere beyond every familiar shipping lane, the sea still keeps secrets that belong to no nation, no archive, and no historian. Thank you for spending this voyage with us aboard Forbidden Lore. If this story reminded you that history is often stranger than fiction, and that the greatest mysteries are sometimes born from ordinary human choices, then you have experienced exactly what makes the legend of the Mary Celeste endure. Until our next journey into the forgotten corners of the past, may the winds be fair, your course remain true, and your curiosity never fade. Good night. If you enjoyed tonight's journey into one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries, please consider supporting Forbidden Lore by liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and turning on notifications so you never miss our next voyage into the forgotten corners of the past. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows us to continue exploring the mysteries, legends, and hidden truths that history left behind. Now, until our paths cross again, thank you for listening, and as always, sleep well, if history lets you.